And we're live. Hello, hello.
Okay.
I'm joined
Hello.
by WorstZerg and MasterRey. Thank you for joining me, gentlemen.
It's a pleasure. As per usual.
So, we got 3 mirror matches. I don't know if anybody noticed that. Today's and tomorrow's events are all mirror matches, which My Fleeting Dream, big shout out to him, did our schedule. Wanted to really shove mirror matches down our throats these 2 days. So we have Bonyth versus Oyaji, which is live. They're just getting ready. We got Sziky versus Trutacz. It was pre-played the other day. And we got Dandy versus Koget, which we're going to do live because their schedules didn't allow them to pre-play it. That one is a very interesting match because they are playing in BSL. They might... Well, they're in the same group in BSL Season 11 Pro League. So they might play tomorrow again. So it's going to be kind of an awkward, fun show match between them. Terror U is also in that group, and I tried to get him to come and cast that match, and he may, but probably not. I think he's got work or some other stuff going on. But I am trying to get like players to come and cast because I think it's fun having different community casters and trying to get players for interviews and maybe sometimes cast specific matchups. So what do you guys think about these 3 matches today?
PvP is a sneaky matchup. It's like, is my opponent building 1 zealot? Is he building 2 zealots? Is he skipping the zealot? Is he going GTs? Do I need to go observers? Is he going Reaver? It's a very sneaky matchup.
The most paranoia-inducing matchup.
Yes, and then we have a ZVZ, which is just a knife fight. Sometimes people get a shield, but most of the times they don't. Yeah. I like it. I like watching ZVZ. It's a very fast matchup. I like watching PvP too, because all of the build strategy differentiation is like sometimes the players do the same stuff. Getting that scouting information, it's super hard.
Yeah, I think PvP is a very strategy-focused matchup. So you really have to find out what strategy is your opponent going, like DTs also, as you mentioned, Reaver, drop, whatever. And ZVZ is a very micro and fight-focused matchup, I feel.
Yeah, also very build order reliant. It's like people go 9 pool, 12 pool. The infamous 9 hatch that I run to in ladder every single game and die to it every single time.
Yeah, it's more like a guessing game in the beginning of the ZVZ. You don't really have the scout information, and you have to start with some pool or some hatch, and then it's already decided when you actually scout your opponent. So then you can't really react to it anymore. It's just set in stone. But in PvP, it's more about you get little scouting information all the time with your probe in the beginning or with your first 3 units or so. You try to feel out the strategy afterwards. While in ZVZ, you just have your overlord in the Zerg base at some point. So
yeah,
very different approaches, I think.
Yeah, but then mutas come out and you need to hide your overlord. If it dies, it's very painful. Yeah, you sort of have a guaranteed scout most of the time. That's true.
All right, guys.
Yeah, also, as you said, as Ox said in chat, we have new channel rewards. You can now spend your hard-earned channel points to mute me for 5 minutes because I seem to talk too much.
That was your recommendation. We were originally going to have you speak German, but I think that might be a fun one. We got some other cool channel emotes. Oh, WorstZerg, you've already been timed out.
Wow.
So how do these channel rewards work? Like, I can see that it deducted those points from Spider. Then the onus is on us to implement it, right?
So
'Cause they're all custom made. But I noticed going into like my creator dashboard, I could approve or reject, like refund channel points.
yeah, if there's a situation where you don't want to do it, maybe, for example, let's say WorstZerg is like the highest level Zerg expert on the planet, and we are casting a ZVZ. You don't want to time out him for 5 minutes, so I guess you can reject it and maybe tell the person to do it later again when we have a PvP or so. Stuff like that.
Okay, so we just had a test of our channel reward. I don't think they want you timed out, WorstZerg.
What do you mean? I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to not talk.
Just testing it out to see if it works. Spider, I think we're just gonna keep your points. Yeah, I don't know if I want to refund your points today.
Oh.
Okay, Spider.
I just realized SC Spider also, before we had this channel points thing, he also said WorstZerg down a bit, I think.
Yes,
talking about the
He doesn't
volume.
want me to
So
talk.
it looks like SC Spider really wants to keep you down.
I feel like I made them a little too cheap. I don't know, 15,000?
It's okay. I think 15,000 is. I mean, if you're good with your bets, then you get it easily. But
Yeah, that's what I was
you gotta do
thinking.
those high-level bets. You gotta get these high-risk bets. You know.
You guys let me know what the points should be at. If you have other suggestions, let us know. We have a suggestion box in our Discord server. Please join that. Talk to us, we're lonely. By we, I mean me.
Oh, my vacation is about to come to an end. It is a sad time. I need to go back to work on Monday. I've been doing nothing for 3 weeks. It was amazing. And I've even gotten paid for it. Ugh.
Okay, right. I put up the leaderboard. I just wanted to quickly talk about it. These are the updated statistics so far. We have a round robin event. It means everybody has to play each other. Each player has to play 11 matches. That's 55 games because each match is 5 games. So in the column that you see remaining, that's how many games they have left to play. Their goal is really to maximize their wins, the first column, and have the highest ratio, win rate ratio. The played column is basically how many games they've played so far. So you can see in no specific order are the players mentioned, unfortunately, but you get a idea of where everybody's at, who's played each other. Any thoughts about this?
I mean, Bonyth is a beast. The
Like-
Vault is a beast.
The predictions that you guys had in your minds, does it match up with the stats that are on the board? Because I don't think in any other tournament format are these guys asked all to play each other. So you're going to get kind of different results than, you know, in some other tournaments, Bonyth might have a 90% win rate ratio because he just goes through everybody and gets to the finals and wins it. Although the percentages for like BSL statistics, I'm not sure if those are taking into consideration losses or if it's just taking into consideration like winning an entire set. Does anybody know?
I think it's matches. I mean,
Do
depends
you mean
on where
like
you look,
winning
right?
the entire thing, like 2-0 or 2-1? When you say matches?
Well, depends on what the statistics you talk about. I think there are statistics on Wikipedia maybe and on the website. I'm not sure.
I've seen BSL pull up some stats on their wonderful slides before a game. So it'll say like 100% PvP rate for Bonyth.
I think that should be individual matches.
That means it's taking into consideration like single losses as well, right?
I think so.
Okay. So, I mean, my point is in this context, we're counting every single loss, every single win, and not focusing on winning an entire set. Both in terms of how players are paid, because you get money by winning single games. Each game is worth over $13 right now. So if you win 5-0 in a show match, you won, what is that, $60? If you lost 2 to 3 in a show match, you would get at least $26 as the loser. So it's kind of a different format than other events. But yeah, these are the stats.
I mean, Bonyth has played, was it 2 or 3 sets of PvZ? I'm not sure.
You might be right. He's played like Striker. He's played Dragon, right? So I mean, you're not going to get that kind of information out of a chart like this, but you know that they're playing very good players. Although, as people have mentioned, there's a big skill gap, I guess, even at the top or within the best of the best.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
but I mean,
that's what. Sorry, keep talking.
What you said is still true. Like in a tournament, in a bigger tournament, or in a normal bracket tournament, like for example BSL, you usually have like 32 people, and of course, people like Bonyth or Devold are just cruising through the first 2 groups and so on, because there are just weaker players, because you have 32 players, so there must be weaker players compared to a tournament like this one where you only have the basically top 12 players. So it's a lot harder, but it's still amazing that you can still see Devold and Bonyth just even owning those very good players.
Well said.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like, even at the top levels where you think it's maybe like these are within the best 200 players in the world.
Like
probably.
Trutacz has a
Like,
50%
for sure,
win
actually.
rate right now. Trutacz is a monster.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess on the other hand, I'm just thinking like, how meaningful are these stats too? Because these guys are so good, right? That it almost seems like, I don't know, weird saying that he has a 50% win rate ratio.
Yeah, I mean, we always have to. We can't compare these stats with some random stats that every one of us has in their
Right.
ladder accounts. You know, like 50%. Most of us have 50% on ladder, but this is 50% of the against the very best players that they are outside of Korea. So this is a whole different level of 50%. And yeah.
What do you mean? I'm as good as Trutacz.
Big shout out to anyone from Peru or Latin American speaking countries. We did have a Spanish speaking caster who was supposed to show up today, Strudel, but he had a medical issue and unfortunately couldn't make it. But do look forward to Dandy versus Koget later today, and Dandy is playing again tomorrow. Against
Yeah,
Wadi.
Dandy versus Koget, TVT, and another TVT for Dandy tomorrow. So a lot of TVT for Dandy.
And it works for him because he's in a predominantly Terran BSL group placement with Terror and Koget, right? And I think there's a Protoss in there. So some interesting things happen where they overlap. Our matches overlap with BSLs.
There's a question in the chat. Ancient Scion X, which match won't happen? Today, every match will happen. That is planned. We have 3 matches.
Just the caster didn't manage to show up.
Yeah, stop spreading false rumors, Ancient.
Bonyth, Oya, Sziky, Trutacz, and Koget Dandy. 3 matches, 15 games of action. Doesn't matter if someone is already ahead 3-0 after 3 matches or so. We will play out all the 5 matches in every of the 3 show matches. So that's a total of 15 games, and we have all of them today.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was speaking about a caster, Strudel from Argentina, who couldn't make it today. Kwark is supposed to join us as well. He's just in a business meeting. See if we can get him. He's a big Oya and Bonyth fan, so I'm sure he'll feel bad about missing that. He's also got a Protoss player or two in his BSL group, right? BOA and DeWalt. And he's playing SPX on Saturday. Really excited about BSL on Saturday and Sunday. Rooting for my man Kwark.
Hell yeah, Kwark needs to win. And before Kwark beats the vault.
I think somebody said they'll tattoo Kwark on their ass if he wins.
Oh!
Who said that?
I want to see that.
It's in the BSL discussion. So we can... Definitely don't let that person delete that comment.
Well, I mean, proof or ban, am I right?
I'm not sure what he would tattoo on his ass, though. Would it just be like Kwark under...
just Kwark.
/
Kwark is
UK?
the best Protoss in the world.
Or would it be like 100 under / APM? I think we'd all... It's, you know... I never want to see another man's ass.
What do you mean?
But that is an ass that I would like to see tattooed with Kwark's name on it.
Tattooing a scout on your butt.
Yeah, his other idea is I make scouts. The Dandy fans are here. Dandy played last week against Bonyth. The VOD is up on our YouTube. Should be on our Twitch as well.
Okay, guys. So we have some people in here already. Let's get some predictions in the chat. First of all, what do you think? Who will win? Bonyth versus Oya. Give your predictions for the score in the chat. 5 matches are played. Bonyth versus Oya. Come on,
Yes,
I want to
let's see
see
it.
some numbers, guys.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
Hardest to guess. Okay, Ancient Scion.
That's
time
not
to
an
start
answer. I
Bonyth
want to
versus
see
Oya.
numbers.
Yeah. So far, not a single number, but we have some comments about the match, but not a single number. Okay, there we go. 3-2,
4-1 Bonyth.
4-1 bonus.
You guys remember Oya versus DeWalt, right? And does that factor in your predictions of a Bonyth versus Oya? Or is Bonyth's PvP so strong that you can't really compare
Most
those
I remember
results
about
with this one?
Bonyth is that he's just an insane PvZ player.
All around,
Very
right?
strong in that matchup.
You
Yeah,
guys remember he
of
played
course, all
BSL
around.
for 5 hours like last week,
All
right?
around.
And then he jumped into a match with Dandy for 5 games. You guys remember that, right? That was insane. And he played
Yeah.
so well against Dandy.
What do you mean? I'm just starting to warm up. Hello?
Right?
Yeah.
So incredibly hardworking, talented player, who's very consistent. 3-2.
Yeah, and I remember his series against DeVault as well. I think it was 3-2 bonus. That was in one of the first week or second week, I think. And yeah, I mean, we saw the win ratio earlier, DeVault on 80%. So I would give a slight edge to bonus. I would also say 3-2 bonus here.
Okay, so you guys are really
Yeah, I've cast a lot of Bonyth. He's just very strong.
giving...
I've seen like Kwark is sort of like an Oya fan, I think, in the sense that he likes that Oya goes for weird builds and does things that you would normally not do, and it somehow works out.
So Bonyth is like the champion. He's won 3 BSL championships, the hardest ones. RCG 2019, placed top in RCG 2020. He's been around, right? And everybody's giving him at least 3 points against Oya. So you guys are just going to give Oya like 2 points like that? Didn't Oya just come out of the blue like he's the new hot guy? What does that say about Bonyth? Is Oya just like making that many improvements that fast, or is he just like a younger guy and Bonyth is getting
Honestly, I'm
old
not
and
sure.
tired?
I am not sure.
It's difficult. I think when you, if you're a good player, so if you have like this basic talent, you need to put in hard work to actually go to the very top. You have to analyze build orders. You have to actually practice the build orders. You have to really work on your execution. You have to watch a lot of games. You have to play a lot of games. And maybe Oya was always a good player, but just didn't put that effort in, that time in. And now maybe he just started doing that a bit more seriously, and now he rises to the top. I don't know. It's just like a guess, but that could be.
It sounds much more accurate than what I was saying. So LML has clarified that Oya has been playing for a long time. He's known Oya for 10 plus years. But as MasterRey says, his strides have been great recently. And he's climbed to the top.
For sure, he's playing for a long time, but sometimes you're just playing without like really focusing on becoming the very best, you know?
I like what Kwark mentioned in the chat. With Brood War, it's a thing you have to choose a thing where you divert your attention. It's like an additional resource in Brood War where you put your attention because you always need to be doing something somewhere, and you can't be in two places at the same time even though you try.
Okay, so while I have everyone's event, I just want to point something out. We have a special show match on Tuesday, March 16th, starting at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. It's going to first start with Terror vs. Kala. And the main event is DeWalt vs. Dandy. That's going to be 9 whole games on 9 standard ladder maps. The prize pool is currently $400. The most important thing is that it's sponsored by a new streaming platform called Trovo Live. You can see the link on the bottom. They are interested in sponsoring us. So they will provide seed money for events for us to broadcast show matches and maybe even long-term events on their platform. We need people to show up who are available at that time to increase our viewership, and that will satisfy them, and they will continue sponsoring more and more show matches. So please, if you're available at that time, come check it out. You have DeWalt vs. Dandy 9 whole games. I'm hoping a lot of Latin Americans will come. Terror is playing as well against Kala. Support us. Support the potential of a Brood War sponsorship that will benefit players. We're not profit, no administrative costs, so all the money would go towards these players. It is a new streaming site. Check them out. Go on trovo.live. Not a whole lot of Brood War StarCraft 2 content, but there is some there. We've teamed up with a famous StarCraft 2 team called Alpha X. If you ever look at Team Liquid's calendar event and actually pay attention to the StarCraft 2 events, which I didn't until I sort of hooked up with Alpha X, I noticed they have a bunch of events there. They are sponsored by Trovo Live, and they're trying to do the same for us and the Brood War community. So please do attend that event on Tuesday, March 16th, starting at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. Terror vs. Kala and DeWalt vs. Dandy. They have expressed interest in sponsoring pro gamers. In fact, we actually tried to get Bisu vs. Flash. They were unable at this time. But Larva, Best, Queen, TY, and other pro gamers have expressed interest in playing on Trovo Live for us. By the way, all these matches will be live. They're not pre-played. So that's extra hype. It's a huge opportunity, and all we need is viewership. If we get enough live viewers, it will satisfy them and they will continue sponsoring us. This is basically an opportunity on a silver platter, and I'm hoping that we can take it and take advantage of it to support Brood War players. and showcase the talent of community casters. We can sometimes have Spanish casters, you know, obviously have English casters, support graphic designers and all kinds of people in the community with this opportunity. They also have a streamer program, so unlike Twitch where you can only earn income as a streamer through subs and donations, Trovo Live has that, but they also have a streamer program where they pay streamers monthly if they meet certain targets. That's sort of a different opportunity that could be open to us, but more importantly, Brood War players. So I'm really looking at this as an opportunity to sort of gradually attract people to Trovo Live, but more importantly, get some of the popular Brood War individual streamers on their streaming themselves and getting enough views and followings to the point where they can be supported financially monthly by Trovo Live. Trovo is owned by Tencent. It's a multi-billion-dollar company. WorstZerg, I think you know this company better than I do.
Oh yeah, yes, Tencent,
they have money for days.
Everything. Yeah, they have money for days. They own a lot. They own Riot Games. They do own, I think, even parts of Blizzard Entertainment as well. They do own stuff like Reddit. They own most of the mobile gaming market. So it's a very, very widespread company, and they're trying to branch out into the streaming servers now and to the streaming industry.
Yeah, they sponsor so many events with Alpha X, which is a StarCraft 2 team.
I think they're willing to throw a bunch of money in there.
Alpha X has like 10 events a week or something, guys. It's crazy. It's definitely a huge opportunity that I want to take advantage of, and it's not for like selfish personal reasons. I could care less about that, but actually creating sponsorship opportunities for Brood War players and streamers who've been around consistently much longer than me. That would be great, and I think this is an opportunity we should capitalize on. So I'll try to attract you all on there. DeVault vs Dandy, 9 games before, you know, the BSL championships, before Russian Cyber Games takes place. This is a hype match. Did I mention it's 9 games?
You did.
It's a crazy amount of games, guys. Come on. And if you can, please donate to it. There's a thread about it on Wikipedia. Doesn't have as many views as I would like it to have. I know there's a lot of great stuff going on, and it's really disappointing what's going on with ASL, but I feel like this is something you can't sleep on. Come on. Come on.
This is our ticket to more English casted Brood War.
Oh, big shout out to CRVT. This guy's a saint. He recently donated $1,000 to BSL, and he's donated a bunch to them before. He's donated to our Best of the Best events. He's donated to Battle of Ire, and recently he donated to this show match between DeVault and Dandy. Big heartfelt thank you to CRVT and all those players and fans who sort of like dish out huge amounts of money to support the Brood War community and keep it going. You guys are really the heart of it, along with Esport Fun and Rustbrain, and obviously tournament organizers and players and casters. They all have their place, but to financially support these events, that really deserves to be acknowledged. Thank you guys so much for doing that. The Bonyth and Oya show match, we're just waiting for them to get ready. Bonyth has a kid, and I think he's just getting ready to put her to sleep so he could put Oya to sleep afterwards. But will he?
Come on, that'll be so tough. Let's give Oya a chance here.
Oh, I didn't say that he was definitely going to do that, but you know, Bonyth doesn't fuck around. When I watch him play, if you watch his scouting probe, he's actually paying attention to like pass your scouting probe and attack it. This guy is vicious.
Yeah.
I love it. I mean, unfortunately, I miss a lot of things that he's doing, but he's out there and he wants to knock your head off.
He sits in the lobby, types the go go go, and is out for blood.
And Oya is kind of the same, so this is going to be so hype.
Yeah, it will be an awesome game.
Thank you for your patience, everyone. We are waiting for Bonyth and DeWalt.
And I just see you have updated our prize pool. We are already at $4,300. That is amazing.
Yeah, help us get to 6,000, guys. Double our prize pool. All the money's going to the players. They're getting paid through single game wins. They're getting paid at the end. So as the prize pool goes up, every single game that they've won will increase in value. Right now it's at $13. As I mentioned, every single player so far has won at least one game, if not more, so they're all getting paid. BBT days are paydays for most of the players, and that's been always important to me, to financially support players as much as possible. On top of that, if you sub, you get 110 replays a month. If you're a student at Brood War, I think those will come in handy. So we've done everything we can to make donations and subscriptions attractive. Please do consider supporting this event and giving us maybe another reason to do another BBT. Insane amount of time went into just preparing this event. Several months, just sort of designing it, creating the schedule. You know, we got 66 show matches, guys, 330 games. This is a 3-month event. It's longer than ASL. It's longer than any other Brood War event that I could find. If someone can find one that's longer than 3 months, let me know.
My friend in the chat who asked who has the time to watch that. I hope you do. We hope you do. We want to see it.
Alright, so season 1 of STPL was like 1.5 years. Yeah, I'm not touching that. So that prize goes to Kix. Shout out to him.
I mean, you can just say this is Best of the Best tournament season 1, and that includes the first 10 Best of the Best tournaments. And then you have your season being 5 years. So it's that simple. That's how Kix is doing it with STPL. He had 4 rounds and called it season 1.
Fair enough.
Hell yeah.
But we're gonna let him have the crown on that. He's been around for a long time. Big shout out to Kix.
Yeah, so we are currently waiting on the start of Bonyth versus Oyaji. Remember, this is a live game, so there are always some compromise you have to do with the scheduling, and sometimes you have to be a bit patient if a live game, or for a live game to come online and actually start. But you have a live game, and I hope you like it.
Then the replay breaks.
2 live games today. Dandy vs Koget is going to be live, so 2 good opportunities for games to break.
Kwark needs to feign a heart attack so he can join the cast. Kwark, my man, can you do that for us?
I'm actually getting some messages from him. He's somehow has 2 attention spans. One is on his Zoom meeting related to his professional work, and the other one is paying attention to what we're doing here.
So this is unprofessional work. Well, for us, I mean, Ox is doing this very professionally, of course, but I'm just mainly here memeing around.
Guys, I'm gonna
Chilling,
run an
having a
ad.
good time.
Maybe we can add at least a few bucks to the prize pool that way.
While we wait.
Exactly. Run a video for you all. Big shout out to Spider for throwing in 1,500 bits. Many thanks, my friend, for supporting us while you're at work.
Nice.
Spider's the reason employers install those surveillance type programs on their workers' computers. According to our records, you've been following Team ThinkQuick TTV during work hours? Yeah, it was a tutorial session on... I think he's in some sort of computer programming field.
Wonders of home office.
Actually, I have heard of a study that says home office increases productivity.
I think having giving workers an opportunity to sort of like, you know, unwind and recharge their batteries, yeah, is really good for productivity to a certain extent. The Finnish certainly figure that out when it comes to education. They don't overburden students with homework and assignments, especially younger ones, and they score at the top when it comes to educational achievements.
Yep. I'm also currently in home office, and personally I just have way more time because I don't have to drive to work and drive back, so I save a lot of time. And that's definitely, if I look at my work hours in the last year or so, it definitely leads to a bit more work, because I think, okay, I save some time because I don't have to drive, so I can work like half an hour more today or so. And yeah,
I wish I
think
could work
it's
from
also
home.
more productive overall.
I wish I could work from home, but I don't think my oven is big enough.
WorstZerg is a baker. Guys,
Are you working
Bonyth
with
is
bakery?
ready.
Okay.
Oya is ready. I'm gonna run to the bathroom while they come to the channel.
Nice.
Be right back.
Alright.
Yeah, for a baker, I guess it's a little bit more hard to
Send me
work
those.
from home.
Send me those 300 kilograms of dough. I'm doing it in my kitchen. Fuck it. We're doing it live.
Yeah. Well, as a software developer, it's a bit more easy.
Yeah, I can imagine. WorstZerg cooking show. New channel point achievement.
1 million channel points.
Oh, look who just hopped into the chat. Hello.
Hello. I'm
It is Kwark.
eating, but I believe nobody's going to ask me anything, so I've muted it.
You're just sitting there being observant.
Work from home with Microsoft Teams. It's I just a second ago I thought that I had my work laptop to it. I was like, shit, they're going to hear me say I'm not listening.
I did
I
that before.
told
too.
you Kwark won't miss an Oya game. We're still
Guys, we got
waiting on Oya.
Bonyth in the house. Not in the
Still
voice
waiting.
channel, he's just in the BNet channel. Just ready to go. The executor, the one and only, the champion. Ready to get it down with Sanatas.
Yeah, I asked Bonyth about his predictions for yesterday, and he says that he's not going to lose to Proxy 99. So we will see.
Who's saying
He's not
that?
gonna lose to a Proxy 99, which is basically Oya's only strategy.
We'll see at least one Proxy series.
Okay, Oya has joined the BNet channel. I think it's about to explode with Bonyth and Oya in there. This is big hype, guys. We got the Executor and we got the Sanatas. Are you guys ready?
I am ready.
Am I ready? Yes. Ire fans, stand up.
Today, we retake our home world.
I love how Kwark abandoned his business meeting. It's like, ah, fuck it, I can't do this anymore.
Just getting a headache in here.
And thanks for the subscription into the Mad Cow. I think that enables you to get a nice replay pack and of course supports the player with your money. Thank
You
you.
get some cool emotes too of Ysec TQ and his kits.
I think Kwark is still semi-focused on his meeting.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I think he has to be. If they ask him something and he's just like, okay, here we see Oya going for the double 9-9. I don't think. Or could you explain that?
Tell them this meeting has gone on way too long, and that they they surely understand that I don't want to be there anymore.
Yeah, I mean, what's your time right now? Is it 20 minutes before 10?
I live in the US. It's almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Ah, okay. I keep forgetting that you're not British. You are British, but not in England.
This is it, guys.
Double 9-9.
Bonyth.
It's a new aggressive business strategy.
Versus Oya. 5 games, live.
Let's go.
Are you ready?
Let's go. I will start the prediction, guys.
Turn up the sauna.
So game 1 will be on Polypoid. Ooh. I love Polypoid. Get those predictions in, guys. Get them in.
Yeah, let's see how the predictions play out.
I
So
wanna see this.
I've seen more predictions towards Bonyth earlier when I asked,
Yeah.
and now let's see. So far,
No, it's
Oya.
sort of
Okay,
even.
never mind.
Okay, never mind.
It
Somebody
just goes
dropped
back and
10k
forth
on
from
Bonyth.
Yeah.
Big shout out to Queen for doing our portraits. We have the Executor and the Sanatas, represented by the Matriarch of the Dark Templars.
Is that a sign?
Yeah, maybe. Let's see.
Bonyth is ready to go. He's just waiting for confirmation from Oyaji. Oya may have went for a Sig.
Oh no.
Pre-game Sig.
Well, gotta do what you gotta do.
Scarf it down.
Smoking's unhealthy, kids.
Well, he can do whatever he wants to get
That is true.
a game going with Bonyth. And he's back. Let's do this.
Hell yeah.
Four, 3, 2, 1.
Let's go.
Go. Okay, so Polypoid is the map, guys, and in the top right corner we have our blue Protoss. It is Bonyth. And in the bottom right we have our green Protoss. In his sauna, it is Oya.
So yeah, I was
Predictions are
asking,
closed.
I was asking Bonyth about this game, and he said that he doesn't think Oya is going to go for Foxy 99 because because Bonyth, he knows Bonyth likes the 2-gate. However, Bonyth is very unlikely to 2-gate this map because 2-gate on Polyvoid is terrible if it's cost spawns. So if we were going to see a Foxy 9, would be the map. But I suspect it's just going to be 1-gate standard from each.
Yeah, the pylon position probably suggested for Oya at least. You want to place it closer to the ramp if you go for 2-gate usually.
Yeah, just 2-gate on Polyvoid is a weak build.
Yes.
Well, it's a strong
you know,
build like 67% of the time, and it's a terrible build the other 33.
sometimes the games work out like that. If a build is weak and you do it, it's actually not that weak anymore because the opponent doesn't even consider it because it should be so weak, and then it might surprise someone. So sometimes certain strategies work out in ways like that, but I guess in this case, I mean, Oya is doing it. Oya is actually going for the 2-gate.
That's interesting.
And it's gonna
Oh,
get
it's fine.
immediately
Both
scouted.
of them.
Both are going for the 2-gate.
And of course, also both of them are getting the scout information here. Bonyth with a little bit earlier scout here, but Oya also scouting the correct direction. Will probably get into his base before the Zealot is blocking the ramp here.
Yeah, this is a very even situation. Bonyth lied to me. He said he wouldn't 2-gate Polypod. So this
So
is
all the
interesting.
information
Right.
is
Oya.
worthless now.
So Oya scouted the 2-gate and then immediately laid his own gas. So this is an interesting situation where they both know the other one has 2-gates. So there's no point actually making any zealots because the zealots will always be deflected. So now they're just having the gates idle and hoping that the threat of the zealots is going to be enough to actually keep the opponent from making zealots and sending them while they both go for tech. It's as I said, it's an interesting situation. You used to see this a lot on Blue Storm, where you would both go 2-gate and then neither would make any zealots.
Blue Storm, that's a pretty old map. Yeah, but the only big difference we see right now, Bonyth is still scouting around Oya's base, and the Goon still needs a lot of time. So if Bonyth is paying attention to his probe, he can definitely keep it alive for a lot longer, and with that delay Oya's tech or see Oya's tech if Oya decides that he still gets it anyways.
A force supply difference, what are we seeing there? I'm assuming Oya's making 2 units, Bonyth isn't making 2 units. So what's Bonyth making that isn't the 2 units?
There it is,
Interesting.
Citadel. Okay,
Yeah,
so
this
he
is,
has a probe in the base and he can see there's no robotics out yet for Oya. So if he sees Oya getting the robotics, he can adjust his strategy and maybe go for Storm or anything like that. But
Yeah,
so far he's not seeing a robo.
You have apparently 45 seconds after the Dragoon finishes and chase your scout out to make a robo, but in this case Oya wasn't even scouting. His robo doesn't start soon, he's going to be in real trouble. I'm assuming that's a robo at the ramp though. There's no reason why it would be anything else. Okay, Oya's going to be fine. He can block the ramp and hold this. He also needs to place a pylon behind his mineral line where they changed Polypod and now your foes always go behind the mineral line. It's terrible. You need to place a pylon where they're doing it. Just to stop them. Yeah, since they changed that map, Polypod bottom right has been fucking annoying. Your phobes just mine from the back. There's no reason for it.
What is that? The best thing about StarCraft is when one of your 4 starting workers just glitches behind the mineral line. Oh yes. Especially in maps like Fighting Spirit where there's no hole in the mineral line to save you.
Okay, I was going to say I'm surprised that Oya's not being more aggressive, but here he goes. He's going to do a bit of Dragoon pressure just to see what's going on. He's going to be checking for range because his range is finished recently. He wants to see if his opponent has range. And he's going to be seeing that Bonyth does not have Dragoon range, I think, which is going to tip him off that something's going on. The
Yes,
Dragoon
that's
count,
a very
though,
important
isn't
scouting
super suspicious.
information.
Because one thing that Oya's doing here is he's comparing Bonyth's Dragoon Scout to his own, or Dragoon Count to his own, and using that as a benchmark to see where Bonyth is at. Now, Bonyth's Dragoon Count wasn't suspiciously low, so he doesn't know that it's DTs, but his Observer's going to be ready in time anyway.
Yeah, I mean this little move out that Oya did is super important because of just checking the goon count and checking the range, and he did not see range, so he knows there's probably some take out.
Oh, Observer's going the wrong way. If he doesn't see this blur, this could be really bad. The Observer he didn't see the blur. Oh, Oya, that's sloppy.
Ooh.
The Observer has to go on the unit path.
Is he gonna make a second observer? He has to, right?
He has to, but it's too late. He's going to lose a bunch of probes. He's
Yeah.
lost the game because of... And this is something that, like, you lose the game to it, and then you're like, okay, yeah, I'm never letting that happen again. Although,
Yes.
presumably, Oya has lost this way before.
So painful.
Yeah, that Observer... Oh, the Observer's coming all the way home. He didn't have an second Observer building. Yeah, you have to send it on the path between the two bases. You just have to.
Yeah.
I know that Oya's going to be kicking himself over this. Because Oya's a very good player, and he knows he's a very good player, and he knows he shouldn't be losing games like this. Like, he's went for a 2-gate Observer build against a DT rush, and he's going to lose to the DTs.
Yeah, and now he's gonna lose his expansion because all his units are out of place because he's actually sending all his 12 units or so in a base to kill the one DT.
He's taking too
There's
much
another
economic
one.
damage anyway as well.
Yeah.
This is GG.
Yeah,
Like, just the
this
probe
should be game, yeah.
all by itself is too much. That has to be so tilting for Oya, because I mean Oya's also, he's quite an emotional player. He takes his StarCraft seriously. He's very good at the game, and he's trying to get better at the game. And it's just so sad to lose that way. And he's gonna know it. He's gonna know this is a game he should have won.
Yeah, and now it's just very straightforward for Bonyth. He has to get his Storm, he has to stay a little bit defensive for now, because he has a little bit less units, and he has an economic lead, so he can just stay defensive and grow a bit further. He has more gateways right now, and in 2 minutes or 3 minutes from now, he will just have a way big army.
So if I'm correct here, the only threat to Bonyth right now could be like a good Reaver drop. No?
Yeah, Bonyth would. I mean, a good Reaver would be a comeback mechanism here, but it would have to be a very good Reaver. Looks like we're getting a second DT coming in, and I don't know if we have a second Observer done yet. I know that he went one Observer Reaver. Oh, that's good at least. He had the wall. Oh no, he's letting it onto the Reaver. He's got to protect that Reaver.
The Reaver actually.
He could shoot the Reaver. It looks like he's going to.
Nice.
Oh, he had a shuttle building. Oh, this is. Oh, it's just being too greedy here. There's no reason to be this greedy.
I said now he has to shoot his own units to damage the Dark Templar. Oh, that's
Yeah, I mean, he
painful.
found 30 supply. It's this is, and the DT's not even going to get killed. It's just going to leave. This was very avoidable, and he knows it. And I think that like having to pull the Observer back a second time is going to tilt him even more. I worry for how he's going to fare in the series with his mental state, just because this game has gone so badly for him. And it's not gone so badly because he was massively outplayed. It's gone so badly because of like, avoidable mistakes that he's going to take to heart. Like, it's I mean, chat says this game is a nightmare, and it's true. This is a nightmare that Oya really wants to wake up from.
Well, it's a
He
dream.
went
all
for the
Bonyth.
counter build. He went for the counter build, and yeah, the Observer just wasn't there.
Yeah, but and the Robo's next to the ramp too. He could have sent the Observer on the correct path. It saved him like 1 second of Observer getting to his opponent's base faster to send it on the most direct route. There's, it's if you look at the angle on the map that he sent it, it's like he sent it at like 20 degrees from north, and he could have sent it like 15 degrees from north, and it would have been just as good.
Yeah, just to clarify this statement for all the maybe a little bit lower ranked players, you always want to send your Observer on the way that ground units would take. So you can send it to your own natural, and then you just send it along the ground path to your opponent's base, and not just right click into the opponent base and let it fly over water and so on.
Yeah, there are some maps where it's much more difficult to scout it. Like something like circuit breakers or benzene, like the ground path is really difficult to follow. But on this map, these positions, the ground path was next to the air path. He missed the air path by a tiny amount. It was so avoidable.
Ursulon! Woo!
And
Yeah,
Bonyth is
and I
gonna
mean
go
now,
over the game now. There's nothing.
Bonyth
Oya
just
can do.
finishing the game. He's had 40 supply here. There's a defensive Reaver, actually. Is there not?
There is a defensive Reaver.
Where's the Reaver? Ah, okay, there it is. Yeah, but still, I think Bonyth has so many units that he can just break him anyways. He's so
Yeah,
far
Oya's
ahead.
DT here is he's hoping that Bonyth doesn't have obs. Bonyth has obs.
I think Bonyth could even kill the Nexus, even if he had no ops. The DTs don't even kill that huge army. fast
GG.
enough.
That's got to be heartbreaking for Oya.
Damn.
He knows exactly what happened that game, and he knows how avoidable it was.
By the way, somebody of us has gonna have to pick out a critter next game and explain what the life of this critter is like.
Did somebody
Yes.
order that emote?
Yes.
Okay, the life of a critter. You got to spot a critter on the screen, give it a name, and say something about his or her personality or life circumstance. For example, this is Henry. He's single, divorced, unemployed, and rock and roll.
Polypoid would be the map to do it, because yeah, those Urstodons, there's one thing they're truly passionate about, and that's blocking buildings, blocking ramps. You know, when you're trying to go for an Overlord Scout and there's an Urstodon starting at one of the high ground side bases on Polypoid, they will go on that ramp. They're committed to it. It's their job, and they take it seriously.
Petition to name the critter Manfred. I want to
Game
call him
2
Manfred.
on Neil Sylphid by the Korean mapmaker Latius. Bonyth vs Oya, let's go.
So flat maps are interesting PvP because mass goon timings are much stronger than they would normally be. There's a few different options here, but one thing that I would expect to see is the free gate obs timing. It's a strong build on this map.
Yeah, so on Polypoid we have seen, we have said 2-gate is not as strong. On this map it is quite strong. So will we now see the reverse happening, that both of them are not going 2-gate?
Now both go Nexus first, watch.
I wouldn't be too surprised by seeing a Oya 2-gate, because he went 2-gate against DeWalt on here and he absolutely devastated DeWalt's economy. He went like 5 Zealot into gas. At the time I didn't think it was going to be that effective, because DeWalt had units at the choke, but he just broke in and then killed all the probes. I think one thing that has to be mentioned is that Oya's PvP last week against DeWalt was exceptional. Like he was, he should have gone 4-1. He went 2-3 loss, but like one of those losses was in a game that he had completely closed out. Then he lost it to a random DT. Another one was that he was super far ahead on Eclipse, I think, and ended up doing some attacks that went badly. But his PvP it's impressive. It might be his best matchup. We're seeing what, 14k on Bonyth. Okay, 98. There we go. The odds have gotten better. I was going to say 98% to 2%. That is not realistic. I'd say Oya's chances are at least like 30%.
Yeah, so guys, predictions are on for like 30 more seconds. So get your predictions in.
Hey, Bonyth going for the faster scout. Will he scout the middle? Alright, he's going to scout the middle. He knows. He knows who he's against.
Yeah, he's not taking anything.
However, Oya's just
What
doing his
can-
2 gates back home. So yeah, this is the build, likely the build that he used against DeWalt.
Yeah, but Bonyth is gonna get the first scout again.
I'm thinking also presumably Bonyth watched the game against DeWalt. If I'm playing Oya for money and he had a PvP series last week, I'm going to watch that series. It's just common sense.
Oh, look at that drive-by shot.
Yeah, he was trying to
Didn't
block it
manage
out.
to block
but-
it.
Yeah. So interesting. Bonyth still went for the 13 core, so he's going to go 13 core, 14 zealot, 16 pylon. This is going to be a difficult hold for him, I think. And it's doable, absolutely. But it's he knows it's 2 gate and he hasn't seen a gas, although I guess the gas wouldn't be down yet anyway. But he knows it's 2 gate and he's just going to try and do a 1 gate hold. He may need a battery.
What's Oya's probe doing there? We want to proxy a robo? Why is he scouting there?
I think he just miscouted. Oh, is he going to get the... Oh, I could have gotten that with a
Very
moving
close.
shot had he started his zealot slightly. Oh, that is
still
uncharacteristic.
gets it.
That
Wow.
is actually a huge issue because he didn't see the
Wha-
gas. So it's going to be 5 zealot into gas, exactly the same build you get used against DeWalt. But Bonyth didn't see the gas timing, and the gas timing tells you what's going on. Because this could go in a few different directions. Oya could follow this with a Nexus, he could follow this with more Zealots, he could follow this with a Core. And you need to know which one. And there's no Dragoons out, so you can keep the probe alive forever. You can just shift click it round in circles.
Yeah.
But he's not doing it.
Okay,
I even think it's so important that you should send out another probe at
Oh.
this point.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know that the battery's going to hold this here. If Oya gets good damage application, it depends if he gets 3 Zealots attacking or 2. If there's only 2 Zealots attacking, Bonyth can hold fine. If all 3 Zealots get onto the target, then it's going to be a different story.
Yeah, very good positioning here for Bonyth. Very
yeah, that
good
position was
micro.
exceptional. Okay, yeah, it's not worked. That's an interesting situation though, because the battery won't actually save you if there's 3 Zealots attacking. It just runs out of energy.
Yeah, but I think you can always place your units just right so that you can only have the opponent attacking with 2 Zealots
Yeah.
maximum, and Bonyth did exactly that, so very good defense here by Bonyth.
Yeah, and that's something that also applies to ramps. There's a point at the ramp where if your Zealots holding the ramp are slightly too far down, then 3 Zealots can attack them. If they're at the right point, 2 Zealots can. Ramps have like a... they have like an hourglass shape. That makes sense. Okay, now
Yeah.
Bonyth has scouted the 3 gate goon. He knows what's up. He's checking for the hidden Zealots because he knows it's 5 Zealots, but Oya's just brought them home. He knows that it's not going to work. But this is a really bad situation for Oya. He's going to have the Bonyth's going to have the Dragoon range advantage, and Dragoon range advantage gives you map control in this situation.
I mean, Oya knows that Bonyth knows he's going 3 gate, so in Oya's situation, I would just abandon the 3 gate, and he's exactly doing that. He's actually not producing 3 goons right now. Instead, he's throwing down a citadel because Bonyth scouted the 3 gates. And Bonyth is actually doing the same to counter the 3 gates that he scouted.
Both
that's a
players
funny
going into
situation.
DTs.
Yeah, this
Oh, he might
Dragoon
lose
range
the
advantage we're
Dragoon.
seeing though. Yeah, he's going to, and the other one's really low as well, and he's got Zealots on the map too.
That's very bad.
Yeah, Dragoon range, if you have this kind of micro in PvP, just gives you so much map control. Like, you can... I can't do it because I'm not good enough, but good players, they can just like kill 5 Dragoons with 2 Dragoons if they have Dragoon range advantage. It's crazy. So where is Bonyth's Forge? That's the next question. Because, I mean, they're
Yeah,
both going
so-
archives.
So, some players are being greedy. They place their Nexus down before the cannons, and some
Oh
players
yeah, we'll
are
get the
playing
scout
safe.
here.
There's the Forge. There's also the pylon at the front telegraphs DT. Even if
Yes.
Oya didn't see it, Oya should know that it's going to be DT because that pylon telegraphs it. And likewise, even though these Zealots telegraph DT as well. Both of these players are giving their secrets away here. Yeah, Bonyth is looking at this going, wait a second. So what? You've gone 3-gate goon and you have no goons, only zealots. That's odd. Bonyth knows what's up.
The pylon of Oya is little bit late, so he has the forge building, but there's no cannon going up because there's not even a pylon in the natural. So I think Oya is in trouble here.
Yeah, Oya's definitely in trouble.
Okay, here's the DT. Here's the DTs.
Yeah, but it's in the cannons.
Fine.
Yeah, so he will not die to the goons, but he cannot get his cannon up in the natural. That's the biggest problem here for Oya.
He needs to secure that location.
I think he's getting a cannon near his choke, right? Oya is.
He has to be.
Yeah.
I mean, he
Yeah,
knows it's
so he's getting the cannon in the main base. That means that he cannot get an expansion. He needs to get an observer to actually get an expansion. So there's no way to really get ahead in economy here for Oya. He's so far behind now.
Yeah, and I like that Bonyth building the third cannon. Bonyth knows his position. He knows that Oya can't expand. He doesn't need to rush his expansion. He needs to make sure he doesn't die, and that's exactly what he's doing. Because one thing that you can happen in PvP is they just dive on your cannons. They say, okay, I have all these goons and zealots I don't want anymore. If I get a DT in, I win the game, and they just run onto the cannons. They lose their entire army, but the DT gets through. But Bonyth is aware of this. He's making sure that's not a thing that can happen.
How's Oya gonna expand?
He's not.
He's not.
Bonyth won the game.
Yep, another very... I mean, it was a bit back and forth in the beginning, but in the end the outcome is very one-sided.
Yeah, the
Okay, hidden nexus.
Bonyth was very, very confident in his placement of the single Zealot Dragoon. I would normally have gone for 2 Zealots there, but because Zealot has a higher damage output than Dragoon against other Zealots. But he just goes, and also it's got faster build time. If you're holding 1 gate against 2, I like Zealot Goon more than I like Zealot Goon, but he was very confident and it was just fine. He knew exactly what he had to do and it just worked. So, I mean, props to him. He was ready for that 5 Zealot opening, and yeah, he knows that a Zealot and a Dragoon, if you place them right so only 2 Zealots can attack, will just hold forever. With the battery behind them, obviously. I also love that he's placed the Robo next to his cannons. That's something that you learn to do after you've lost too many games to DT drops. Like, a DT gets in your base, as your Robo is 90% done, it just kills your Robo, and you're like, well, this was stupid. If there's one place where all the cannons are, that's the place where your Robo goes. And,
Yeah, so... I mean, it all depends on this hidden expansion, I guess. This is his only last straw of hope that Oya has.
So I actually ran
can
the
he even hold his main base? I don't think so.
No. Also, I ran the numbers on hidden expansions yesterday. So I was doing some research for PvP, and it turns out that if you can't Maynard probes, it takes 3 minutes for the expansion to pay for itself.
Wow.
And cannon will go down, and
Yeah, here's Oya's Hail
this
Mary
DT drop, it's not it's just not gonna work.
Yeah, I mean, there's observers, there's cannons, there's units.
We're swapping bases. Let's go.
Yeah, Refugee us. CRVT, that does include building time. It's from the moment you place the Nexus to the moment where you had more money than you did before you placed the Nexus, if that makes sense. And the issue is that if you have a probe Maynard, it's much better, but with no probe Maynard, it takes forever. No GG.
Okay,
That's
GG.
probably top versus bottom. Yeah, that's why we didn't see a GG. Because I know Oya's a very mana player. He's got to be tilted, but at the same time, he's even tilted Oya is a very mana player. But that was very confidently held by Bonyth. That was extremely confident. He was familiar with the build and he just blocked it. He just deflected it with one hand, no trouble. It's an impressive showing.
And someone has redeemed the Kwark Positivity Cast. That means that Kwark will cast 1 game less harshly, I think is how we worded it. Whatever that means.
Yeah,
and we also have the Life of a Critter reward that has yet to be delivered.
I
No
think last
critters
time
on
we had
that one.
Positivity Cast, I just inversed everything. So instead of saying one player had made a mistake, I said the other player had not made a mistake. That last game, though, I mean, I don't think that Aya's build was bad. Just Bonyth was very confident in how he's going to hold it. He knew exactly what he was going to do, and it worked. It probably helped also that Bonyth got the first scout.
Yeah, I mean, he defended the 2-gate push, the 3 delegates, perfectly fine. But then I think the very important part after that was the probe getting into Oya's base and seeing the 3-gate. From that point on, they both basically switched their strategies, and Bonyth just hit more units.
Yeah, I mean, the first probe never should have died, though. It's,
That's true.
And if you're losing your scout probe to Zealots, there's something that's gone wrong. Because as I said, you can just shift click it around in circles. You don't need to actually be watching a probe all the time.
Yeah, if you do 2 sharp turns with shift clicking, they still get 1 hit every time.
Well, one thing we saw Oya do against the probe also was he moved his Zealot up next to the probe, so the probe then attacks the Zealot and doesn't run away. That's a neat trick you can do.
Yes, yeah.
Because if the Zealot attacks the probe runs away. But if the probe attacks the Zealot, it's committed to fight to the death.
Yeah.
Game 3 on Eclipse by the Korean mapmaker Latius, who also made Neo Sophic.
Somebody in chat wants to know how game 1 went. It was a build order win for Oya, and Bonyth won the game. So, not great.
Okay, predictions for game 3 are up, guys. Put your predictions in the prediction tool. I don't know. Yeah, but now we have Eclipse. In the bottom left, we have Bonyth, and in the top right, we have Oya.
Yeah, so in the DeWalt series, we saw Oya do a very, very sharp timing attack against DeWalt. DeWalt went for the 26 Robo at the ramp, which is a build that he quite likes. It's a defensive Reaver expand play. You build one gateway, you start a Reaver, you take a Nexus. It's easy build. And Oya nailed it with a timing attack. So I'm interested to see if he'll do the same again, but I don't know if he will, because Bonyth probably won't go for the 26 Robo. Partly because he doesn't know the build order. Bonyth is like a much more freestyle player than DeWalt. DeWalt plays the Korean meta builds. Bonyth is much more. He plays much more based on his instinct.
Yeah, and while we see these players building up, there were some questions in the chat. What's the score? I want to comment on that. So you see over the minimap there are 2 names. Those are the names of the 2 players, and then there are 2 numbers below that. Those are not the numbers of children they have or anything like that. That's actually the score. So
Sure.
above the minimap, there is the score,
Are you
guys.
sure?
Okay?
Because the score says 131, 1 to 32, 1 to 33, 1 to 34. Who's winning all these games? Is Oya winning like 31 game at a second? What? It's
I
insane.
said that's why I mentioned the names and the numbers below the names. I knew this was gonna happen. Numbers below the names.
I love you, MasterRey.
Well, now we need Ox to always perfectly update it, and if it doesn't, then MasterRey is going to be looking like he's saying these things for no reason. Okay, so Bonyth is going for a very defensive opening. This is that's second gate. That's the second gateway before gas. Interesting. So this is not a build. If you go for the 2-gate, it's 10-gate, 12-gate Zealot pylon. If you go for the 1-gate, it's 8 pylon, 10-gate, 11 gas, 13 core, 14 Zealot, 16 pylon. What Bonyth has done here is pylon gateway, Zealot pylon gateway. This is not getting quick Zealots, and it's also not getting quick tech. I wonder what he saw that made him think this was the build, because this is never the build. There's nothing that this will let you do that you couldn't do better with a different build.
It is.
I'm going to ask him after the game, because last time I said that Bonyth was making a mistake was in one of his PvZs against Dragon, and then he just killed Dragon with like a next level attack, so I'll have to ask him.
I mean, let's point out the big thing on the screen here. 2 mana pylons in the middle line of Oya, but Oya does have the Zealot, of course, so he can kill those pylons. Okay, Bonyth cancels one, but let's
Three
see the other one
zealots walking
finishes.
across the map.
The Dragoon coming out to get some early hits on the Zealot is great. However, he don't know if he's going to be able to hold the ramp on time. Okay, looks like he's going to have the ramp. This is an interesting situation. Oh, beautiful micro. So what Oya has to do here is make sure that there's only ever 2 Zealots attacking at a time. If there's 3 Zealots attacking at a time like this, he needs to back off. Now he's got 1 Zealot that needs to run around. Okay, the Zealot's dead. The Zealot needs to run around the circles and buy time. And it failed to do so. Now that the Zealot's dead. Oh, the Dragoon's not even firing. Oh, 2
Another
probes
2
down.
mana pylons.
2 probes down. Oh, this micro is good so far. If he can hold the damage at 2, he's going to be okay.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, he's fine. He's
Okay,
also
but
getting
we
the
have to
scout back.
mention that there were 2 mana pylons up this whole time, so the mining efficiency of Oya was decreased the whole time, and while the opponent has zealots in your base, you cannot use your units to actually kill those pylons. So this attack not only killed 2 probes, it also basically lets his 2 mana pylons stay up way longer.
Yeah, right now we're seeing there's a slight supply advantage for Bonyth. However, that is the probe difference. Oya's army is bigger, and also Oya has, I think, a faster Dragoon range. Looking at the gas difference too, I mean, Oya went for a 1 gas, 1 gateway opening into a quick gas. He took his gas on 11. He's been mining it this entire time. Bonyth did not. Oya's always going to have like a 200 gas advantage. And the question is Oya thinking about that? Because he knows roughly where his opponent's at. He's got the scouting. He should know that his opponent cannot go Mascoon and also Reaver, whereas Oya can do both. So I think that even with the probe deficit, Oya is actually in a good position here to set up for a Reaver Goon bust. I'm assuming that's a Robo bonus ramp because it has to be. But he can't do right now. He's not producing the goons because he had to spend his gas on the Robo, whereas Oya has more goons. Oya's got gas to spare.
Yeah, it's actually 6 against 6. I mean, Oya has more because 2 more will spawn in his base, but the distance Oya has to travel make it even again when Oya
Okay, this is
actually
an
arrives
interesting
at Bonyth.
situation.
But okay, wow, we have a crazy situation here.
Yeah, they're both going for the just the testing poke to see where their opponent's at, and they both managed to miss the other guy's army. If Oya works out what's happened and he does a pro pool right now, he's going to be fine. He's on the gateway, perfect. Gateway is exactly what you need to be attacking. Pro pool, where's the pro pool, Oya? He needed to drill this ramp forever. Like the pro needed to be already on the ramp, and they're not.
He has no vision of minerals right now. He cannot prop drill.
You are correct. It's. I mean, I think he's still fine. He's got 6 goons to his opponent's. Okay, 6 against 6. This is interesting. Honestly, I think he should evacuate. He should just send the pro to his opponent's base, and then they should do a full base trade. He should just try and live in Bonyth's main. That's how I play the situation. Because this happens surprisingly regularly in PvP. It's a weird. Okay, he's got the probe out. Can he kill all of Bonyth's probes? No, he cannot. Bonyth has 395 minerals.
Yeah, the problem is Oya did
This is a
pull
draw.
the probes 1 by 1.
This game's a draw.
Oya did. Is it a draw? Do you think
Yes,
so?
okay, they could both build a pylon up on the high ground in the other person's base. Neither of them can build a nexus. Neither of them will ever leave the other person's high ground. Because if you leave the high ground, you can lose.
No,
No,
there's
Bonyth
600.
can build a nexus.
Oh,
Bonyth
Bonyth
can
can
build
build
a
something.
nexus.
Okay,
He
if this is a win.
He cancelled 2 dragoons that were probably so cute.
Yes.
Okay, so but it showed 395 minerals. I assumed 395 minerals was the count. Okay, Bonyth has got the game then.
So the
This is-
big difference was, the big problem, Oya did pull his probes from his mineral line when the goons were coming in, but he did not mineral walk, so all the probes were not really fighting very well, and they all died, and they were not mining, obviously, because he pulled them.
Yeah.
Bonyth instead was still mining for like almost a minute before he actually pulled. So that minute of mining, that's what gave him the minerals.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Oya didn't work out what was going on the moment his dragoons went up the ramp though. Because Oya actually had more information there. Oya's dragoons were in Bonyth's base like a good 10 seconds before Bonyth's dragoons were in Oya's base. And you get up the ramp and you're like, wait a second, this is a base trade. and then you have to just try and play it as if it's a base trade.
Yes.
It's a like he had the information more quickly, and that is what you need. That was a game that if I had been faster to play the situation, he should have won. It's I don't know about these. I mean, I suspect Oya is going to be quite frustrated at the end of this series because he knows that as well as I do. And that's a situation he will have played before. Like, that happens on Eclipse more frequently than you would think. It's a weird map where you just run past each other, and then you realize you're in each other's bases, then you actually just take each other's bases. There are a lot of very strange PvPs on Eclipse.
Okay, speaking about the map, the next map will be Demonio Azul, guys. While I choose the outcome of the Game 3 prediction, I will start the prediction for Demonio Azul. That will be our Game 4 of the series. And you can start your predictions now.
And here we go.
Yeah, it's
Oh, these colors are awful.
I think I prefer Oya's builds definitely I prefer Oya's builds game 1 and 3 to Bonyth's, but the decision making, there's been a few weaknesses there where he needed to and in game 1 it was a discipline issue. You have to send the observer on the ground path. Game 3 he reacted slightly too slow to the situation. It's one of those things where you have to just immediately look at what's going on and work it out, and if you're a second late, you don't have the units in time to block it. But I think that these games have been winnable for Oya. It's not like Bonyth just shutting him out and the games look like there's nothing you can do. These look winnable, he's just not winning them. Which is quite a frustrating looking for him, I think.
I have to tell a little story here. I had a ladder game against Oya a few months ago, and it was actually also kind of a base trade. We both killed all of our expansions and only had our main base. And Oya is definitely a way better player than me, and he was also slightly ahead in that game. But then he also did some weird decisions and just weird mistakes there in this really scrappy base trade situation. So maybe that's just not something that Oya is very used to or very good at. I don't know. Maybe that's what the Bonyths will always come out ahead when it happens.
Bonyth's been playing for longer, and some of these like strategic on-the-fly snap decisions are things that just come from experience.
Yes, exactly. That's something that you cannot practice. I mean, you can practice your build odds. You can get a friend of yours, a practice partner. Here, go 2-gate, let me practice this build and so on. But those scrappy things, those base trades, those are always they happen one time. They don't repeat. The specific situation, the base trade is always unique. So that's not something that you can ever practice.
Okay, so this right now is a perfect mirror so far. Only Oya has the scout probe advantage. Now Bonyth's gone for the safety zealot. Oya has not gone for the safety zealot. Oya's skipping the safety zealot and going for a mana pylon. Interesting. So this mana pylon's not going to do as much as it could do because of the Bonyth making the zealot.
One probe, I think.
But yeah, he will have the single probe advantage because he's not going to get the supply block at 1717. So this is I don't know about this on this map, because this map, because it's a flat map, it is likely that there'll be timing attacks. And if there are going to be timing attacks, then having one less zealot is kind of an issue. The mana pylon is a good play, but I don't know if I like it in this situation on this map. Because it has cost him his zealot. He will be up economically, that means he can eventually have more dragoons, but it means he's getting less gateway uptime. Because one of the advantages of that zealot is the zealot isn't actually that good at fighting, but you just get better gateway efficiency. You can make a zealot almost perfectly in the time that the core is completing. So it gives you better uptime.
Yep, and one unit that can tank a lot of shots or just maybe one round of goon shots in the beginning when you engage, that can play a huge role and make a big difference in a very close fight with top level players. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Taking quite some hits on this Dragoon.
Yeah, he took his
Okay, it
Zealot
was
on
only
Dragoon.
shield. He's still fine.
Yeah,
shield
it's
will recharge.
Bonyth going for a 2-gate. This is a pressure build. Because Bonyth knows he's up a Zealot. And I'm assuming that's a Robo from Oya. Okay, so Oya can add another 2 gateways after this. There is a... this could be a 3-gate obs. However, if it's not a 3-gate obs, he's going to struggle with the pressure that Oya is throwing on. And Bonyth scouting for the Foxy gates. I love that. He goes, wait a second. The center of this map is buildable, right? I'm playing Oya, right? That's just...
The goat head. Why are there no gates here?
Okay, so I'm expecting Bonyth to go for some light pressure once he has his... there's going to be 2 Dragoons that finish in a few seconds. Then once they finish, Bonyth's just going to go pressure the natural. Oh, I like the scout timing too. This is looking to see how many Dragoons there are. 3 Dragoons equals 1 gate, 4 Dragoons equals 2 gate. And Bonyth's 2 Dragoons just popped, so he's going for the pressure. Exactly as I said he would, which makes sense because he's got his gateway synced up, so there's a power spike every time they complete. And if Oya is on 1 gate, then he can potentially do something here because of that extra Zealot. However, Oya has gone 3-gate obs. This 3-gate obs is very strong on this map. Oya needs to back off the moment he sees this. You need to be ready.
Oh.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, he pulls them back.
He's gonna take 1, 2 shots. Probe there to block 2.
Oh, and look at
One is
that
reaching close
target
in.
bowing.
1 Dragoon down.
Oya needed the probes
2 down.
immediately. He can't take these trades. The thing is, Oya has 3 gateways against 2. However, he's just he's getting bad damage output efficiency, if that makes sense. He's
He attacked his own Robo with 1 shot too.
like Oya's always got fewer Dragoons attacking more Dragoons, which means he's just not trading efficient, even with 3 gateways against 2. Yeah, he's lost this.
Now he's gonna lose the pylon.
This is another situation where Oya actually had a better build. There was just a very slight timing. And also we saw the value of that Zealot there. If Oya had the Zealot, then he could have held that. But the probes need to be pulled immediately there. Because if Bonyth has killed something like 10 Dragoons with and lost like 7. It's because he had a local advantage. He had like a local numerical advantage where he, if you have 5 fighting 4, you're going to have like 3 left over at the end of it. Then those 3 have to fight another 2. There's going to be like 2 left over at the end of that. If you have a local numerical advantage, it just snowballs. So Oya needed to sacrifice probes right at the start to make sure that the snowball didn't start.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it can be good to not let your unit stay in the natural, and maybe if you go for that 1 gateway initially and then add gateways later on, you wait for 1 round of the 3 gateways and then you go out. But yeah, here in this case, he started the fight with less Dragoons, got some extra hits in, and Bonyth just capitalized on that advantage, especially with that 1 Zealot that also helped a lot.
Yeah, and I said at the start of the game that I like the mana pylon play. However, I don't like the mana pylon play on this map in this situation. Just because it's so likely that you're going to get hit with that attack later on. And it all comes down to gateway uptime. Bonyth had slightly more gateway uptime because he built that Zealot. And that meant he was able to establish a local unit advantage. It's ramp map mana pylon I like a lot more. Also, if you look at Bonyth's timing there, he did the exact timing that kills a 3-gate. We can't underappreciate how close the timing was with the build he did there. That was like an execution build, where he goes, okay, the best build on this map is 3-gate obs. So if I attack at this exact second, I can kill you when you have like 4 Dragoons out and 3 more building using 5 Dragoons. It's such a narrow timing window that he hit. It was actually really beautifully done. Because he killed 3 gateways with 2 gateways. I mean, when you say it like that, it's like, holy shit, how does he do it? but it's because he knew the exact timing window that when you can hit as the 3 gateways are building 3 dragoons.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Now, game 5 on Dees Array, I think. Dees Array is the map here.
We're still trying to figure out the name after 4 months, yeah.
Desiree.
By Freakling.
Prediction is on. You can vote in the chat, guys. And I think we should switch the colors. Ox.
Yeah, that's better.
And now we have Bonyth on the left side and Oya in blue on the right side.
I'm still in awe of how Bonyth nailed that time. I mean, he beat 3 gateways with 2 gateways. It's like, and it was such a narrow window, and he said, okay, this is probably what you're doing. This is the counter build. Done.
Yeah. 10 seconds later, 3 more goons spawn for Oya, and Oya has the numbers to hold this attack.
And not only the numbers to hold it, he can then start doing like counterattacks. He's got 3 gateway goon against 2 gateway goon. He can start dominating the map. But okay, Bonyth is going for a 11 Nexus. Interesting.
And he's gonna get first scouted.
Oh, if he gets this could go not well for him. However, I think if you put 2 gateways side one above the other, you can actually you can make it so there's only room for 1 zealot to get through. I want to see Oya blocking the gateway spots. Yeah, Oya's going to block the gateway spots here, I think.
But he's not on 2 gates, so he's not going for the kill move here against that.
No, he's just going to go for the probe kills. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he's expanding himself behind that.
Yeah, which I like, as long as he can get the expansion down. If Bonyth does a pylon, then Oya's going to be... Oh, there's a gas. Okay. He's going to try and kill him, but this is upper ramp. But they're going to Viva's our good unit. I wonder if he can... Can you do a proxy robo here, outside the base? Because if you can do a proxy robo outside the base, this is going to be devastating.
Is that the forge?
That
okay,
is the forge,
against the
yeah.
forge, I think you can do a proxy robo, but still, this is low ground against high ground. I'm not sure if proxy robo is the best build on this map.
Maybe with a shuttle?
I would love to see a proxy robo right now. Oh, is he going to push across the zealot using the probe? Is my next question.
He's just gonna walk in, and he's gonna proxy the robo at the other base.
Tight?
Is that hard? Okay, Oya's probe to me looks a lot like a proxy robo. There's a pylon. Okay, yeah. I like it.
Will it work? So for anyone who doesn't know this strategy, if you are doing a proxy robotics, your opponent could go for the Ts, but he could also go for mass goon. So you have to make a Reaver, but you also have to make an Observer, and you are kind of looking for information, what it could be. But in the end, if you don't have the information, you just have to get an Observer anyways with the Reaver.
So Bonyth knows what this is going to be, and the reason Bonyth knows what this is going to be is because I knew what it was going to be before Oya even built the pylon. And it's because there's only one thing that makes sense to do here.
Well,
he knows
there's
his opponent is on one
in the base, so...
Yeah, but he knows his opponent is on 1 base. He knows his opponent has control of the area outside his base, and he knows he's going for a quick expansion with cannons. It's
Scouting probe still alive.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you see 1 gateway and no nexus in Oya's base, then 100% robotics.
Yeah, I mean, also, look, there's no Dragoon range yet. I mean, you have to be asking, if you're Bonyth, where's the gas gone? And you know exactly what the answer to that is. You know it's a robo. I guess there is a small possibility of proxy citadel and like pushing a DT through the wall, but you would never do that. And the reason you would never do that is because you know your opponent has cannons.
What if he goes for a shuttle, because he's also building a second gateway to, in the front there? Maybe he's going for a shuttle to elevate some units in. He already has 2 zealots, and he now sends a goon over, so he has 3 units against the 2 of Bonyth, maybe?
No Dragoon range is my issue with that. I think the Dragoon is just the gateway just to escort the Reaver. This is not. He's not trying to kill Bonyth with units. He's trying to just do. He wants all the units to be in one place next to the Reaver, because the units give the Reaver buff and the Reaver kills the units. This is he could do an elevator. I'm not discounting it, but I wouldn't like it. If I saw it, I'd be like, this is wrong. And look like he's just going to go for battery. I like this a lot. This should work.
should it?
Yes. It's so the only issue he's going to have is the vision. If he builds an observatory, though, he can follow this with a quick observer. Like, get the Reaver out, then one observer.
How many gates does Bonyth have? I think Bonyth is already on 4 gateways right now.
Yeah, but Reaver's the most
Yeah,
cost-efficient
4
unit
gateways.
man.
I think with the high ground, if Bonyth has enough goons, I think the Reaver is never going to get up the high ground.
I mean, right now it's one
will
Reaver. It's
just
going to be 2
focus.
Reavers soon. Then it's going to be like 3 Reavers. With shield back. I mean, it's...
Okay, let's see. It will be close.
Yeah.
Okay, Zealot is taking damage. If you wonder why he's
No.
letting the
Yeah,
Zealot take
kinda-
damage,
Yeah, we're
that's
getting
for
vision.
vision.
And then now he can take control of this gateway.
Ooh,
Like,
I love this.
This is 2 gate Reaver against like 4 gate. It's 2 gate Reaver should win this because the Reaver count is just never going to go down. This is this is one that Oya should always win. I do like that gateway, but I don't. Let's see, second Reaver's here now, and the Dragoons are rallying in.
Okay, probe's being pulled.
Oh, that's a huge hit. Yeah, I mean, this is what it was always going to look like.
Reaver's taking a bit of damage now.
Yeah, but look at the Dragoon buffer.
Dragoons are
Bonyth
down.
can attack the Reavers, but he has to do so. He has to take all this Dragoon damage. If you want to go for the Reavers, the Dragoons kill you. If you don't want to go for the Reavers, then the Reavers kill you. It's I know it doesn't make the most interesting game when I tell you ahead of time that Oya is definitely going to win this with a Reaver push, and there's no way Bonyth can hold it. But Oya was definitely going to win that with a Reaver push, and there's no way Bonyth could hold it. So,
Nice. Oya gets 1 game, 4-1. At the end of it all,
yeah.
Bonyth still remaining one of the strongest, if not the strongest player we have on here right now.
I think if Bonyth isn't 4-0 up, he doesn't go for a 11 Nexus though. Like I think the 11 Nexus on PvP on that map is like a build that you bring out of your test your list of things that you think maybe there's a thing there, maybe you're going to try it, and then you try it and you're like, okay, yeah, there's a reason I don't do that. It's not a serious build. It's a maybe this is the thing, maybe I should explore it. And then you try it and you're like, okay, that's why I don't do that. If it's an even series, or if it's like BSL finals and he's drawn, he does not go 11 Nexus on D0.
That was not a Kwark positivity cast.
I said Oya's build was really good. I basically ignored Bonyth that game. Like Bonyth, I said, okay, he's got 11 Nexus cannons. Now let's talk about Oya for 10 minutes. Because I mean, what Bonyth is doing there is not interesting. He's making gateways and Dragoon to get into Dragoon range. Of course he's doing that. That's all he can do. The question is what Oya's doing going to work? Is Oya doing the right thing? And Oya is doing the right thing.
Do these like negativity positivity casts confuse people in case they're trying to actually get advice from the casters? Are we just gonna cause people to lose games because they're just confused by what they're hearing?
Well, they should be, because I am a bad player.
'Cause I like
and my
that.
advice should never be taken seriously.
Yeah, I didn't expect.
Well, we have a
4-1 for
ZVZ
Bonyth.
coming. That is your time to shine. Your matchup.
That was an
Yes, ZVZ. Boom, let's do it.
It's an
Hell
interesting
yeah.
series. I mean, I don't really count the last game as a Oya win just because Bonyth did a build that isn't a build. But also game 1, I'm counting in my head as an Oya win. Like game 1 in my head, that's an Oya win. Like that's.
Well, yeah, I mean,
So I have like a different.
it's just a tragic game.
In my head, that series went like 3-1 to Bonyth, with game 1 being an Oya win and game 5 doesn't exist. Game 4 though, game 4 was definitely the best one. Like that timing window. He just goes, yeah, there's like a 5-second timing window there. You can just kill somebody going 3 gate ops. It's like, how do you do your build so perfectly every time that you can you can never, like, if you miss one pylon, or if you make one too many probes, or like, or don't even miss a pylon. If your pylon's late once, the 5-second window's gone. He goes, no, if you get everything right, that window exists, and then he just does it. Yeah, fucking Bonyth, man. He's good at this game.
Yeah, and he proves it one more time here. But I mean, Oya got one win at least. He still gets some money. So, again, guys, this is not the best of 5. This is not Bonyth winning the series. This is Bonyth winning 4 games and getting money for 4 games. Oya winning 1 game and getting money for 1 game. So, Oya doesn't go home here without anything.
Right, and the point is to
$13 per game.
maximize your single game wins. That's why the 5 games is also important. So at the end, everybody's ranked according to how many single game wins they were able to collect and maximize their win rate ratio. Because you want to prove that you can take more wins from all your opponents. There's 11 of them for each person. And give out less losses than everyone else. So that's a little bit different from other events where you say, you know, this person beat this person beat this person, got to the finals, beat that person, and they won. In this context, you got to beat everybody more. And you'll get paid more, obviously. But that's the whole idea behind the best of the best. These are the best players, but who's the best of them? In terms of rankings from 1 to 12, because we have 12 players.
It's about consistency, and it's about every matchup. It's no good having one really good matchup and leaning on that. You have to be able to win all 3.
Alright guys, we're getting ready for the next one. Sziky versus Trutacz. And we will be right back.
Woo!
Just running a quick ad. And did anybody want to join me in the replays?
Actually, I will.
Yep. Same.
So these are the 2 best Zergs. Am I wrong? It's Trutacz and Sziky, and they're both legendary, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Like, they go back years.
Pretty strong.
Sziky, top foreigner, I heard. And Trutacz, from what I researched, 4 BSL championships under his belt. He's been kicking ass in BSL. He beat Bonyth. Was it last week? Unexpectedly. 2-1.
Really?
Yeah, and then he played Hawk,
Oh.
who is a phenomenal player and has been playing amazing. 2-0 in his matches. And I guess he's a ZVZ god, but he's going up against Sziky. So what do people think about this matchup? Big shout out to Koget. He's playing Dandy live after this. I'm sorry for slightly running behind schedule.
So I'm going to drop out of the cast, but thank you for having me, and
Nice work.
those are great games.
Okay, have a good one, Kwark. Have a good
Bye.
one.
Goodbye.
Come on.
Okay.
StarCraft. Do it for me. Launch for me.
Let's get some predictions up. Let's give mod powers to WorstZerg so he can no longer predict.
What? Download failed. What? Hello, what's going on here? I'm being griefed by my StarCraft.
Getting the prediction up for the next game here.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry guys, we're running behind schedule. Otherwise, Bonyth was happy to do an interview afterwards. I do like getting players for interviews, and I'll try to make an effort to get some of the players to cast sometimes, because we're trying to showcase different casters. I think that's kind of fun. I apologize if it's somewhat chaotic when we have 3 people, but it's a 3-month season event. The stream events are very long, 4 or 5 hours. I think it's easier on casters when they have other people there to support. It creates kind of a fun dynamic, and like you can go to the bathroom or take a short break and you know you have 2 other people to cover you. So hopefully people don't mind that too much. Alright guys, Sziky versus Trutacz.
Let's do it. Hell
Yeah, let's go. Predictions are on, guys. Put your predictions in the chat. Sziky versus Trutacz. First map is Polypoid. Let's go.
Polypoid.
Same 5 maps in all matches, played in the same order, streamed in the same order.
Okay. So, in the bottom right of Polypoid, we have Trutacz. And in the bottom left, also playing Zerg, we've got Sziky. Okay, so Sziky is gonna send his overlord in the correct direction. You usually scout counterclockwise on this map due to the natural being closer, which is gonna be beneficial for Sziky. Here he's gonna see if it is a 9 pool speed, the Lings will come down the ramp and the overlord will usually cover it exactly and see it. So he would have time to prepare. The luxury that Trutacz does not have.
What's the quality of the cast that we're getting from someone named WorstZerg?
It's very low quality.
I'm just joking. No, you know your stuff, man. I'm just joking. Thanks for joining me, guys.
Okay, and we do have that 9 pool that you were talking about, so
Yes.
it is coming while Sziky is still saving up some money here, going for 2 more drones.
Yeah.
Probably going for
Let's
12,
see if
or
it's
will
gonna
it be a
be
12 hatch?
12 hatch or 12 pool. I'm expecting a 12 pool. So
Yeah.
Trutacz will probably, if he goes for the speed, which is normal with this build, he will have earlier speed and might be able to try and out micro Sziky. Sziky will probably try to take an expansion with this. So the objective of Trutacz right now is to either, with his speed advantage, kill drones once he knows what's going on, or kill the hatch. Sziky is gonna have to pull 2 drones to defend the 12 pool usually. Since your lings are sort of delayed, also your speed is delayed. Usually defend with drones and lings.
Okay, now you can see.
And we do have a layer, not the speed. So it's gonna be faster Mutalisks. The other side, let's see what Sziky decides to put his first 100 gas into. I think he pulled the drone off of gas. Yeah. So he's probably going speed. Yeah. Okay, so Sziky will go for Zergling speed here. He saw the links coming out. He sees that now drones are being made. And now he's gonna have to hold this. He should have enough, as I said, to hold the 2 drones. Oof, very nice micro from Trutacz. Only 2 links left. The production advantage is still there for Sziky, so now Trutacz will have to back out. 2 more links following.
I always
But
ask
after
myself
this-
why.
Yeah, why?
Go ahead. Well, why would you pull 2 drones if you have 6 against 6 Zerglings?
Because
Is he
you
not
wait for you.
confident in his micro?
The thing is, usually with this, the Zerglings will have speed quicker. And if this once the speed kicks in, Zerglings with speed are way stronger than Zerglings without speed.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Way stronger. So it's to prevent run bys. The drones can get behind the links and do some ranged attack too. So there's that. Okay. So Spire has started. It is 1/3 of the way done for Trutacz. The Overlord starting to run away. The other Overlord might just chase it. We have a sort of a, yeah, the famous arc at the top of the ramp with the links. It's very hard to break. But this is a lot of links. He might actually try to break this. Since he does have a speed advantage. 3 links.
Oh, that's
more
great
links being
micro
made.
for both.
Oh, but Sziky might just have it if he gets to snipe a drone. The sunken colony is being morphed right now. Can maybe try to snipe a drone, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Nah, the sunken will finish, and with that, the rush ends. Okay.
So far, every single ZVZ I've casted of this tournament, there were at least 2, if not 3 or even 4 games decided by the one hedge player not getting a sunken and dying. But here
Yes.
it's very nice to see Trutacz actually getting that sunken. So you could see he was broken with his arc at the ramp. It was broken. He had less Zerglings, but he got the sunken and is safe. And now his Mutalisk will pop out.
Yes. At home, we see the spores are being made now. Sziky is still 3 workers ahead, and he is not added a spire yet. Or am I blind? So I'm not sure what his game plan is here.
Well, he has the access to the gas at the natural, so he can get the gas advantage. And if he just survives until he can use that gas advantage, it doesn't matter when he gets his Mutalisk. He can wait 10 minutes and then get 32 Mutalisks, while Trutacz has 30 and win the game. Like in theory, if I exaggerate.
Interesting to note here too is that Trutacz is opting for the +1 on his Mutalisks. So once that finishes, he might try to break down the sunkens, the spores just before the Mutalisks from Sziky can come out. But more spores being added, so I don't see that happening. Mutas die very, very quickly to spores, and right now it's only 5 mutas. But he can harass that gas. Trying to do that now. And there's still 4 links. Oh, maybe Sziky will try to snipe a drone here. And he gets 1 drone. Oh, will he get another one? No. Oh, well. Okay, killing 1 drone here is super crucial. Since Trutacz was on 11 drones, it's gonna be very, very far behind in economy. Sziky not being able to abuse that gas advantage though. Just has more minerals, which is a very good thing to have too. Okay, Spire is gonna finish up shortly here. +1 attack for Trutacz will finish too. Spore being harassed too. I think he lost a drone there, didn't he? To the glaives.
Yeah,
Might
I
lose
think
another
so.
one.
He had 19, yeah. Yeah, and the gas is down. So far, Trutacz doing a very good job at making this natural not really usable for Sziky. So that's very good.
Yeah, and remember, he does have the Mutalisk advantage here. So, a lot of Zerglings in the base now. Can he snipe another drone? Nice drone drills, but the lost mining time is very crucial in this matchup as well. It's still only mutas being made, so the ground bench is purely in Trutacz, and he kills another drone. Oof. 9 drones now. I'm wondering whether Sziky will opt for the Carapace upgrade or if he's just gonna go pure units, since he has 2 hatches and has the larva advantage as well as the gas advantage now, since he has secured his gas. Building a couple additional drones, 19 to 9 drones now, so Sziky very, very far ahead in this game. Trutacz needs to make something happen, but I don't think it's gonna happen, since Sziky does have his own mutas and Scourge now, and fighting under the spores will be very, very hard.
Yeah, I think Trutacz, he needs to do something now. He's trying to attack this spore colony by attacking the evolution chamber here and getting the glaives to hit the spore here. But
Okay, snipes
I don't
another
think he
Scourge
can
here.
break him.
How did he even click on that Scourge there? That's insane to me. Okay, snipes a couple of the gas drones, that's very important, but I don't think it's gonna cut it. It's just so far behind in the economy. The muta numbers are there for Sziky. Okay, he's gonna deny that second gas, or at least try to now. 11 mutas, 4 Trutacz, 2 Scourge.
And this is
I don't
very
know about
nice tactic
Sziky
here.
going out on the map is I mean, he's forcing Trutacz to stay home essentially by going out on the map with his Mutalisks, because there's no air defense at home, obviously. So
Yeah, I
losing
really like
another
it.
drone here is essentially, it's just disaster if he loses any more drones. Oh, he might lose that Overlord too. It's just very painful.
Not
Trutacz
quite here, but
can
yeah, I really
still win
like
this,
Sziky
but-
flying out.
Okay, Trutacz. Okay, Sziky will just go for the counterattack here. If Trutacz keeps harassing the base, Sziky's counterattack will be devastating, because all Sziky has to do is to stay alive, and if he's on more drones than his opponent, he's eventually gonna have a stronger army. I like Trutacz killing the gas off though, because as long as you're not on, like... He still has more gas, I think, since he took his gas earlier, but devastating the economy. Only 3 drones left here. He's gonna lose his Mutalisk. Okay, Trutacz will have to counterattack now and kill Sziky, otherwise he is dead. All Sziky needs to do now is build more spores.
Yep,
Which is exactly what he's gonna do. I think
there's
going
no way.
Mutalisks here from Sziky is actually very greedy. I think he should have went for Scourge. But I don't think it's gonna matter. Let's see, 11 Mutas are still very strong. Remember, they still do have the +1 attack upgrade, so they deal even more damage.
Yeah, I mean, every
This is
second
looking
that passes
scary, but-
here,
Yeah, I mean, Trutacz cannot just, he can just not get in. He's trying to take an expansion of his own now. 2 Mutas harassing at home, killing another drone. And +1 Carabase will be done soon for Sziky, so those glaive bounces will be way less effective. Remember, the Carapace upgrade is usually what you go for in the ZVZ matchup, since the Muta glaive bounces, just all the damage gets reduced by 1 damage, which is huge. Trutacz trying to ignite the gas again. But he's just not getting the shots off. It's very hard to micro Mutas. I don't know what the latency for these guys was. I don't think it was too bad. And I think Sziky is gonna pull ahead here in gas mine, so eventually he's gonna catch up with the Muta count. Trutacz now fully droning. Might be able to catch back up in drones. I think the Carapace upgrade is better than the +1 attack upgrade. Also, top left hidden base being taken by Sziky, very important to note. And if Trutacz does not find that, that's gonna spell pain.
yeah, and Sziky just has the big gas advantage still. I mean, he wasted some Mutalisks to do some drone damage, kill some drones, but still, I think Sziky has access to 2 gases, makes a big difference.
And now he has access to 3 gases.
Yeah. And Trutacz still has not taken his second gas here, so Trutacz still on 1 gas all the time here.
Finally getting that Carapace upgrade though, so... It's gonna take longer than the attack upgrade from Sziky, but it's gonna be there, which is gonna be important. So Trutacz, he does not surrender. He's still not completely out of this, even though... Yeah. He still does have the Muta count advantage, I think. Yeah, he has 3 more Mutas,
Yes.
but those are at home, sitting at home with the Scourge. Trying to get a Ling in here, very cute, but it's gonna get caught. Bye-bye. Okay, will Trutacz find the top left? Let's see. He looked for 3rd base, but it's just a bit more north, my man. It's just a bit more north. And now it's just gonna get out of control. With the 3rd gas taken, it's just gonna get out of control here.
I think this hidden base of Sziky is a very nice idea, because even if Trutacz scouts it and flies his Mutalisk over to kill it, that means Sziky can just fly to Trutacz's base
Yeah,
and
it's
kill drones,
completely
because
on the other side of
Trutacz
the map. It's gonna take
has-
forever for those Mutas to come back there. Okay,
Yeah,
one
Trutacz
Scourge
has no
might
spores,
scout
and
now.
Sziky does.
Okay, he's gonna find it now. He's gonna find it now. Let's see what he does when he sees it. Because a lot of gas has been mined there, and there's already spores being made. Okay, he's immediately gonna fly his Mutas over there, I think. Maybe he's gonna try to force a fight. +1 carapace will shortly finish up for Trutacz, so they will be on. There will be a short time where, actually, there won't be a time where he has upgrade advantage. +1 attack is a bit faster than +1 carapace. Air upgrades take forever though.
Is that what that expo is for? Is to force Trutacz to go attack it so that?
No, it's just there for gas. It's just there for gas. But
what kind of forces Trutacz to attack it?
It's just a nice addition.
I think this is actually one of
now it's
like
over.
the bigger part that he can just
Because
kill
now he has the
Trutacz
Muta
before
advantage.
Trutacz is not
The
there.
upgrades will be even. +1 carapace will be done for Trutacz, and +1. The upgrades are not done yet. This will be so crucial going into this fight. If he can get the +1 carapace before the +1 attack finishes, but he's gonna have to engage now. All the drones are gone on 3 drones again.
Let's go!
The Mutas engage. +1 carapace is still not finished up. The upgrades are not done. The upgrades aren't done. No, now it finishes, but it's too late. Oh, that's so painful. That's so painful. And now +1 attack finishes as well. And GG, Trutacz has to leave. Oof. And Trutacz did a real good job fighting back there. That third base just killed him. But he was so far behind, and he just hung in there. Stayed in the game forever, using his Muta advantage to build up an economy, but it just wasn't enough. And the third gas eventually it just killed him. And +1 carapace, it just didn't finish in time.
Yeah, I think the main part was really Trutacz could never, even with scouting the third base, he could never kill it. He tried anyways, but he lost for it. And I mean, it was very clear that Sziky was just waiting for him to fly his Mutalist over there, and then Sziky could just kill Trutacz here. That's the beauty if you have spores, but your opponent does not have spores. If you have spores yourself, you can go for an hidden expansion on the other side of the map because you know that your opponent cannot go over there. That's so nice.
Oof. But that last fight, it must have been so tilting for Trutacz having to engage his Mutas when his upgrade was like 5 to 10 seconds from finishing. Oof. That's just something you don't want to do. It's like the perfect anti-timing.
Okay, game 2 on Neosulfid. Sziky versus Trutacz. Let's do it!
Let's go. Okay. 12 o'clock position, we have Trutacz. And at the 5 o'clock position, it's gonna be our last game's winner, Sziky. Let's see what they opt for this time. Both players are gonna scout themselves at the same time. They're gonna do a friendly Overlord handshake in the middle. Overlord's gonna say, hello, how are you doing? What's going on? Just flying there. Okay, I'll be on my way. See ya. He's gonna have a nice friendly chat.
I don't know if Overlords sound that civilized.
I mean,
they sound kind of grumpy.
In my head, every Overlord is wearing a top hat and a monocle.
And a tie.
He's going like, yeah, he has a teacup and he's going like. Yes.
They're well educated with degrees.
Yes, they are very civilized creatures. And then the evil Protoss comes in with his Corsairs and gives him a unconsensual rave party. Which just Overlords, they cannot take that uncultured stuff. Okay, we have another 9 pool here from Trutacz again, and it looks like Sziky is probably gonna opt for the 12th pool again.
Yeah, I mean, it worked well for him last game.
You can see Trutacz's Overlord is headed straight for the main base, while Sziky's is headed for the expansion, but which is interesting. Again with the gas, let's see if he's gonna go for the lair first again, or this time he's gonna opt for speed. Actually, he's gonna go 12 hatch. Holy, wait, no, that wasn't enough. Is that 11 hatch?
It's 11 hatch, yeah.
That's 11 hatch. Okay. It's a build I have not yet seen. I know about 12 hatch, but 11 hatch I'm not too sure about. He's gonna need to go for his pool now. But I think that Trutacz has just won this game now, because it's nearly impossible to hold a 9 pool speed with if it's gonna be speed with a 12 hatch.
The
If he
games I've
holds
watched
that,
with
he's a god.
Trutacz, he's always going pool first. And he's very aggressive and very good at microing, so I wonder what
if
made...
If Sziky somehow manages to hold this, he's a god. Okay, he's gonna go for 9 pool speed too, so... Oof. I don't know about this one, Sziky. That's very, very greedy. It's very greedy. And...
He
Now
does have
Trutacz
the 2
sees it.
hedge production, and he
Trutacz
has the
sees
pool
it now.
almost done here.
But the links still have to finish. It's... I'm not seeing it. Yeah, he's gonna have to pull all his drones here. Leaves 2 drones at the base. Gonna have to block the path. Trutacz gonna try to kill the hatch. Production advantage is there now. Loses 1 drone. Loses 2 drones. Oh, nice micro from Sziky.
Okay, but the links are
that
coming. 8 links here in production for Sziky.
4 drones down. 5 drones. 6 drones. 7 drones. 8 drones. Oof. Just on 4 drones now. All Trutacz has to do now... Yeah, he's gonna snipe that other drone. He has speed finished. And speed is not coming for Sziky. It's not coming. He gets into the base. He's gonna try to deny mining. While the links at the front kill the other drone. 3 drones left. All Trutacz can do from here is go for the counter attack. If Sziky can do is go for the counter attack. If Trutacz just builds a sunk inside his base, he has won the game.
Yeah,
And
2
there the
drones
sunk
left
comes.
here.
No, Aspire, no sunken. He's gonna defend with pure speed links. Oof. And actually, yeah, Sziky pulling back. Just be safe. Actually, nah, he's gonna be fine. He's gonna be fine. He has enough links at home.
Yeah, he has
I mean,
speed as well.
Yeah,
there's no
GG.
way.
Yeah, Sziky taps out. He knows it's over. Spire is already on the way, and now the sunk was about to be made too. There was no way he's gonna win that anytime soon. Damn.
Yeah, I mean, greedy build by Sziky, he pays for it. He fought maybe a little bit too early with the drones, because he had the links in production, 8 Zerglings, and his hatchery was still at half HP. He could have maybe waited a little bit longer to let the hatchery go down a bit more, so that his drones can fight with the Zerglings. But I mean, in the end, he decided to attack with the drones very early, and he lost all of them but 4, and then the game was just over.
Thing is, if you don't if you don't pull your drones there, and your hatch dies, then you're just there with a later pull and no more additional drones, so you're just equally as screwed.
Yeah, I'm just talking about a few more seconds, like 3 or 4 more seconds. Because the hatch still had a lot of HP.
Damn. Yeah, hatch first in ZVZ it's just very risky. It's just very, very risky.
Tied 1-1, game 3 on Eclipse.
Okay, let's go. I'm not sure why he still went for the hatch first when he knew the oval was scouting first, but I guess. Okay, bottom right of Eclipse, it's Sziky. And in the bottom left, we have Trutacz. Huh. Yeah, hatch first is something I personally never had the balls to do a hatch first in ZVZ. Because on ladder it's mostly just 9 pool speed against 9 pool speed almost every single game, and then there's also the 9 hatch, which is a very scary build. If you can hold it, you win, but it's hard to hold,
That's what she said.
Okay, so Trutacz went for the 9 pool both games. One time he was successful, one time he was not, but Sziky went for the little bit more economic build in the first game and was successful. In the second game he was just very greedy with that hedge first. Maybe he will go for a 12 pool this time again.
Okay. both players building an overlord, so both players going for the more economic openers here. Let's see when they build their pools or if someone is gonna go hatch first here. Interested in that. Okay, both players adding additional drones, so whoever builds their pool later wins at this poker game. And I think they're both gonna build on 12, yeah. So 12 pool from both players. Might actually have a quote-unquote macro ZVZ going on here, because both players will be trying to take their expansions, will be able in doing so. Okay, Overlord handshake in the middle. Hello, good sir, how are you doing? They just float through each other and give themselves, give each other a bit of gas to pass on to the enemy base. Okay, both players completely mirrored builds here. I like it.
Yeah,
Let's see if it's gonna be speed or lair first for either of these players.
exactly. That's always the question you want to look out for in the ZVZ here. Gas mining exactly
Okay,
synchronized here.
Trutacz building an additional drone and getting that speed, while Sziky opted for 6 Zerglings right off the start. So slight advantage is gonna go here to Trutacz, who is only now adding his 6th. Oh wait, who built 4 Zerglings? Yeah, Trutacz, who's just now building his 6th set of Zerglings.
Yeah, but Sziky getting 2 drones behind the first 6 circlings, so Sziky is pulling ahead in worker now for 1, but it's, I mean, it's not a big deal.
This is completely
Lair
mirrored
are
builds here.
same timing. Yeah.
Now it's all gonna come down to the circling micro. Will they engage? Will they fight each other? They will probably wait until speed finishes. And the circling micro battles, it's so hard, and it can be like, even in even numbers, it can be so decisive. Like, you can go 6 lings against 6 lings and one player just loses 2 lings. Okay. Sziky maybe opting for the counterattack here, but he is on top of an overlord. Okay, he's gonna go into the natural of Trutacz here. Gonna try to find some drones. The ramp is being blocked. He's gonna get surrounded here on the ramp. He's gonna lose all these links. Oh, no, he gets to slip by. Okay. Okay, he slips by. There's no other Zerglings on the map for Trutacz here. Nothing slipped out. He's just gonna try to defend this and go into lair play. Adding additional Zerglings now actually too, so they're only building links from here. And oh, that drone, why is it at the back of the minerals? What is that? No. Loses 1 drone. And Sziky is successful in his harass. Only now gets cleaned up. Okay, he's now gonna have to hold it home. He's building a sunken and the natural has enough links. He's just gonna have to block the ramp, and I think he will be fine, even though this is a lot of Zerglings. 1 worker lead now for Sziky, whose Trutacz Aspire is a lot faster though.
Let's go!
Which might matter with the...
Or not.
I don't think he's gonna engage that. He's gonna engage that once the mutas come out. They might trade the Zerglings out then. But the Zerglings, the thing is, the Zerglings can also be used in muta fights. Oh, slipping 2 Zerglings by here is Sziky. He might snipe another drone, but there is 4 links near the ramp. Let's see if he gets to snipe a drone. Run!
Quick reaction.
Run! Okay, good. He sees it. Very nice. A lot of links made here by Trutacz. Both players only making Zerglings, no additional drones.
Same number of Zerglings here. The Spire of Trutacz is slightly ahead, but even if he gets a Mutalist earlier, as soon as he arrives at Sziky's base, he will have that Mutalist as well.
Sziky is 100 gas up right now. I don't know how, but I think that was maybe the 1 drone. The 1 drone kill he had to pull off of gas. So Sziky might just get the armor upgrade, while Trutacz cannot really afford that at the moment. Okay, so 3 mutas being made from both players, and Sziky is adding that additional pair of Scourge, which is gonna be important.
Oh, here
now
comes
they're
the
gonna try
attack.
to trade out the links. See this? Sunken will go down. Links trading. Which way will it go? Oh, I can't tell. Okay. So Sziky comes out ahead in that battle. That Sunken did plenty of work, and now Trutacz is gonna have to fight these links with his Mutalisks while enemy Mutalisks are hitting him. So this will be very, very scary. See, Sziky, okay, deflecting the counterattack of Trutacz with his Mutalisks while attacking the main base of Trutacz. Finds no drones. The ramp is being blocked very well. And now the Muta Scourge micro. Can he do it? Okay, 1 Muta goes down to the Scourge. That's painful. And Sziky can still run by with these links while there are... Okay, let's see. I think Sziky, has he found the Overlord of Trutacz? I think he has.
Yeah, I mean the game is super even here still. Sziky has some Zerglings on the map, Trutacz has the Zerglings in the natural, and the Mutalisk count is 5.
It is now Trutacz who does have the worker lead, which is interesting to notice.
I love the single Ling terrorizing in TVZ.
Yeah, it's super annoying. It's very hard to deal with if you don't have a Sunken somewhere.
And they try to keep it alive for so long. I mean, it costs 25 minerals.
Yeah, but 25 minerals is a lot in this matchup. Like, every single drone, every single Ling really, really matters in this matchup because you're on such low worker counts.
It sounds like Zerg is very poor. Is that what you're saying?
Sometimes. Look at that drone trying to get to the bottom of the ramp, but it's being blocked by these 2 hold position Zerglings, and he hasn't mineral clicked it yet, so it can't walk through. Okay, now he does.
He heard you.
Okay, 1 Ling going across the map again.
Yeah, this seems to be a theme here.
Yeah, that's a thing a lot of Zergs do, because if that Zergling gets in and there's nothing to defend at home, like 2 Zerglings, they can kill. It feels like infinity drones, really.
The whole game is won by a single Zergling that costs 25 minerals. Gotcha.
That happens a lot of the time if you engage in the middle in a Muta battle, which ends evenly, and then there's like, but one player sent a Zergling to the main base of the other, and suddenly that Zergling has like 9 kills because you didn't notice, because you were occupied focusing on that high intensity Muta battle, which is very hard to micro with Muta and Scourge. It happens a lot of the time. It happens more often than you think that a single Zergling can win you a game of ZVZ.
Okay, we have some action here, fighting the middle.
Trutacz getting caught. Okay, counter-attacking meanwhile with the Zerglings, but...
Where's the ramp block?
Couldn't take the fight.
Okay,
yeah, the ramp is blocked, and he's not gonna lose all of his Zerglings. He's gonna kill a drone here. He kills 1 drone, very important. Killed 1 drone, but now he has no Zerglings left for these shenanigans.
Yeah, now the counterattack is up for Sziky here. I mean, he killed 1 drone, yes, but he lost like 12 Zerglings for it.
Also, interesting to note, there is no upgrades yet. No upgrade being queued. There is no spores here. And this is going to be a scary, scary counterattack, because remember, the Muta glaives, they are very important in these fights, and if the Lings are below the Mutas, they're going to take the glaive hits too. So they essentially tank for the other Mutalisks. Lings getting into the mineral line, the Muta fight looks to be going Trutacz's way. But now more Scourge coming in.
Very close.
Okay, he cleans up the attack, he deflects it, and he has a lot more Mutas left here. A lot more Mutas. Very well microed from Trutacz. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, nice. Sziky had a lot of Scourges, but micro of Trutacz was very good.
The Ling harass, killing workers. I think he killed like 3 workers total with his Ling harass, or 2. It's just that deciding in this matchup, and he just... I think Sziky had a lot of Scourge, and they all connected on like 1 Muta. I think that's what happened. Because he had so many Scourge, and they just didn't connect correctly. He needed those Scourge connections.
Yeah, I think that was the biggest reason that this fight went so poorly for Sziky here. I mean, the numbers itself were about even, I would say. Even with the little
I think it was
losses there, like it was almost even.
Yeah, it was a pretty even fight. But you can see like how insane these fights can play out. I think Trutacz Scourge just connected way better than Sziky's did. So 2-1 for Trutacz.
Yes. And we always have questions in the chat. Is it the best of 3? Is it the best of 5?
Is it a best of 3? Is the game now over? Hello? But no, guys, this is best of the best. It's a league-style tournament over 3 months, where each series we do play 5 games, and every win gives the players money at the end. Whatever money we get through donations, through advertisements, it all goes towards the prize pool, and it's gonna be split up so each game gives the players money. Okay, I think right now we are at $13 per win, so the BBT days are paydays for all of these players, usually, unless they get 5-0. Okay, game 4, Demonio Azul. The bottom right, it's gonna be Sziky, and in the top left, it's gonna be Trutacz. MasterRey casually setting for high latency by default because he can't play with the lag.
Can't observe with lag. No, it's just going smoother. Even in the replay, it's going smoother if you adjust latency.
Okay, let's see what these players up for now. This game. This game, both players will not get the first scout. Interestingly, the first 3 games, I think only one of them was Trutacz who got the first scout, and no, it was Sziky who got the first scout, and Trutacz did not. The other 2 games, they both got the first scout. In this game, both will not get the first scout.
Guys, I'll put red and blue again. The reason I use the original colors is because I have a special viewer who requests it as much as possible, but I understand the original colors are a little too similar.
Okay, Trutacz aiming for that 9 pool speed here again.
Someone
Well, at least
has
at 9 pool
enabled
gas.
emote only chat.
Well,
So only emotes from chat. We also have the Life of a Critter award that has not
oh,
been.
we missed that. I didn't see an Ursa on my map.
Well, it could be a
I was too
Kakaroo.
occupied.
It could be any critter
I was too occupied.
with more important
Because
stuff.
DBZ
Yeah.
is such an action game, and both players here aiming for the 9 pool. This game, yeah, pool's gonna finish up now, I think. Yeah.
Okay,
So
yeah, and
both
Sziky
players aiming
definitely
for the
also
9 pool.
going. Yeah, and going for the 9 pool, so pretty mirrored builds again. Trutacz going for the gas,
Both
for
going
the
for the
speed
speed.
here. Sziky as
Both going
well.
for the speed. So expect an explosive early game here in this game. Meanwhile, the Overlords, they're gonna find each other, but they're gonna find nothing. Both Zergling sets running the correct way though. Even though one Zergling is trailing behind for Sziky, which could be crucial here once these Zerglings first meet up. Trutacz getting a couple of hits in before Sziky can, and Sziky has to back off. Now the reinforcements are gonna come in. He's gonna turn around. Okay, gets a couple hits in. It's such a cat and mouse game here. Of course, these Zerglings will regenerate health, but let's see. Speed kicks in slightly earlier for Trutacz, I think, by like 2 seconds. Let's see if it matters. Is he gonna go for the counterattack? Okay, we see something similar to last game where Trutacz threatens the counterattack and Sziky just commits. Okay, speed finish for both of these players now. Layers are on the way. Trutacz's layer is faster. Interestingly, Sziky pulling his overlord towards Trutacz's base here, while Trutacz is just bolting it home with his overlord. And Trutacz set up quite defensively here, having that concave always hard to break. It's easier here because it is not a ramp, it is the natural is not on the low ground. Both bases are on the low ground. I'm sorry. my
Yeah,
English
background here.
memes. Okay, Zergling's now trading hits. I think this is going in favor of Trutacz so far.
There's one Ling not fighting for Sziky.
Yeah,
That
there's
plays
just
a
one Ling not fighting
big
for Sziky,
difference.
and that actually cost him. Because look
Yeah.
how low these Lings are. If that Ling was fighting the entire time,
Yes,
he would have won that battle.
I think so as well, yeah.
And Sziky did make 2 drones at home, which Trutacz did not. Trutacz still adding more Zerglings, and he's aiming for the counterattack, but gets found by the Overlord. Ah! Not so sneaky anymore. Overlord's
Okay,
booking it
Lair is
home.
done for both of them, of course. Spire started
Spire
for
is
both of them
2/3
pretty
of the
much
way.
same time here.
Yeah, Trutacz
And
is
Get
Spire is
also
a
the
bit
same for
faster.
both players.
The only thing that is very important here is that Sziky is in 1 additional drone. Right now trying to morph a Sunken, but it won't come out in time. Fighting these Lings now. Okay, I think Sziky lost it. I think Sziky lost it. He might lose his Spire, or he will lose a lot of drones here. Depends. Nice drone micro. Will it be enough though? Loses 2 drones. Spire being hit. Nice drone micro. Loses 3 drones though. I think he lost 3 or 4 drones in that. Oof, that was very, very painful. He's very far behind now. All Trutacz has to do now is to hold on at home, not take any damage from the mutas. And we see Sziky, since he's behind, he's gonna be building a Scourge and probably drones.
Yeah, so here you can see that this difference. Sziky made 2 drones, Trutacz instead made 2 sets of Zerglings, and he won that fight because Sziky missed 1 Zergling in the fight, and that gave Trutacz the Zergling advantage
and
here.
Trutacz, okay, one Scourge connects, 1 gets sniped, so 1 mutal is rather low HP, but yeah. No, Trutacz would, oh, he gets the muta, oof, yeah, GG.
GG.
Yeah, the Sunken just didn't come out fast enough, and Trutacz made the additional Lings. Sziky said, okay, I'm gonna risk it, I'm gonna go for 2 additional drones. And it did not pay off. It did not pay off. So what's that now? 3-1 for Trutacz, right?
Yes.
To quote Zero, are you not entertained? Game 5 on Des Irae by Freakling, who also made the last map, Dominio Azul.
If anyone has 15k points, they can mute me for 5 minutes. That is correct. That is basically an entire ZVZ. You don't have to hear me talk.
We got some fun channel rewards, depending on who's casting sometimes. We will try to deliver on the life of a critter, or get rid of that reward. I think Herbmon recommended it.
It is very doable. The thing is, in these explosive matchups like PvP and ZVZ, it's like kind of hard to pull off because there's so much going on.
Oh yeah, it was a horrible,
There's not
but
really
fun
a
idea,
build-up phase.
for sure.
Yeah,
If we see a
it's very
Kaikaru, maybe we can give you a little biography of his or her life.
Also, the thing is, I am not watching your stream right now, so I don't know which critter you are focused on.
Oh, you just pick it.
I just pick it. I just pick the critter, if I find it.
Yeah, I mean, it
mean,
should
Aaron-
pop up on my screen if you're watching my Discord screen share, or the stream.
Aren't all Zerg units critters anyways?
In theory. But they always explode, like after 10 seconds you start talking about them.
I see, maybe in a replay I'll point attention to it. Thank you for clarifying.
The life of the Overlord, of course, Spider. I mean, you redeemed the reward if I am not mistaken. Well, you see, the blue Overlord here from Sziky. It was born at around 0 seconds, 0 minutes and 0 seconds. It's just chilling a bit, and he had big life dreams. You know, what he wanted to do with his life is he wanted to become the Overmind, but sadly there already was an Overmind. So all he could do was become an Overlord, which is basically the same thing, only that he's now being sent into the death field by his Cerebrate.
Okay, I think that's
might
pretty
find
good.
some Mutalisks later.
I was thinking a sentence or two. That was awesome. Let us know what you think. We can keep the Life of a Critter Overlord award or replace it with something else. Thank you.
You know your life is miserable if you grow a coffee bean out of your ass. If you look at an Overlord and zoom in.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay, both players opting for the 12 hatch on this map. That's very interesting, by the way. Both players going for the greedy option. That's very interesting. And actually, Sziky being even greedier, going hatch gas pool. So having a very late pool here, and it's gonna pay off. He saw that the pool was gonna be late. He went for the gas first, so he's gonna have more gas available to him.
Yeah, let's see how this plays out. I mean, both players have scouting information, of course. Both see what the other player's doing.
I mean, Ox was complaining about how we don't get longer macro games on DCRE. If the ZVZ is gonna be the 30-minute macro game, I'm gonna lose it.
Yeah, have we seen a macro game in ZVZ in this tournament with like Defilers and Queen and Snare yet? I don't think so.
Does that ever happen? I don't think I've ever seen
happened
it.
sometimes.
It
It happened
yeah.
sometimes.
I love ZVZ. I love mirror matchups. Just pointing it out if anybody
Things,
cares.
imagine, you
It's
know,
just really
a ball of
intense.
mutas. Oh, sorry, a ball of mutas getting plagued. Okay, building a sunken at the front now is Trutacz. So kind of securing himself.
Yeah, quite
There,
interesting
loads
here.
of drones. Loads of drones. This is something interesting. You regularly don't get to see a game where both Zerg players go 12 hatch, but Trutacz opting for the even greedier build here, where he's just gonna defend with that sunken and with 2 Zerglings. Another set in production right now and building a lot of drones. Both players are building a lot of drones. Trutacz has the drone advantage right now. And Sziky throwing down that second gas just now, as is Trutacz.
Yeah, the gas is slightly ahead for Sziky here. A Spire going up for both players, but you can see Sziky, yeah, just slightly ahead on the gas. The gas
50
in
gas
the
only.
natural is at the same time, however, so it's a pretty close game anyways, pretty mirrored.
Where are these drones headed? Is he gonna take a third base? Yeah, I think Sziky is gonna opt for a third base here. Interesting. So if he can get away with this, this will be very, very beneficial towards him. Very risky to do though. Or he has the gas advantage, now gonna take the hatch. And he's probably gonna defend with Scourge. That would be my guess at least.
Yeah, so again
Drone.
Trutacz with more Zerkins here.
Yeah, this is gonna be very, very difficult to hold actually.
It's also nice
Didn't build
timing.
the tank. Oh, I think Sziky wanted to build a sunk, but it didn't build. It got blocked by something. Oh, this will be very difficult to hold.
Oh, and there's
I think he
gap
just
in
might
the
die.
wall.
He
Oh
just might
no!
die.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah, he's dead. Yeah, he's just dead. Ah, that's tragic.
And
I
perfectly
was really
executed
excited
right
for this
before the Mutalist spawn.
Oof. Yeah, he's just dead. Spire goes down, and that's game. Your 6
Wow.
mutas are not gonna save you, Sziky. Your 6 mutas are not gonna save you here, I think. 16-4 drones now. Spire is lost. Yeah, I don't know how he would recover from this. 16-3 drones. 6 mutas against, what is it? 4 mutas and 4 scourge. And
Yeah,
more
with 2
mutas
more
being built,
mutas
4 more
finishing.
mutas being built. 1 muta going down, 2 mutas going down. And I think that's it.
Yeah,
I think that's gonna be it. Zergling, counterattack follow-up, desperately trying to get back into this game, but there is a sunken there. Trutacz has prepared for everything. GG, well played.
What do you guys think?
Played. I think that third base was just a touch too greedy.
Trutacz
Also,
4-1.
I think Sziky sent a drone to build a sunken there, because I think he wanted to build it inside of that spore colony or something. I'm not quite sure, because he maybe because it's similar to Ringing Bloom, but you can't actually build in these spores. There's rocks below them, also it's spores and not overmines. And I think his sunken just didn't build in time.
Yeah, it was also a very nicely executed attack by Trutacz. He attacked right before the Mutalisk hatched. I mean, he had the scouting formation with an Overlord, and he had to move out the Overlord so that he doesn't lose it, but he still remembered the time and basically calculated the time so that the Zerglings arrive perfectly.
Oof. Will TVT be less than 20 minutes each game? I wouldn't count on that. I wouldn't count on that. Okay. Next up we do have Dandy versus Koget. Very excited for that game. Even though I don't know a lot about TVT except tanks go. Also,
Yeah,
sometimes
will be
there's pepper
interesting.
cruisers.
Sometimes. We have Dandy, who is around 60 to 70% win ratio, and then we have Koget, who's only at like 33%. So from the past results in this tournament, which are not only TVT, also other matchups included, of course, Dandy definitely had the better results here. So does it mean that he is in an advantage here or not? What do you think?
I think Dandy is just. I'm rooting for Dandy. I think he's a very, very strong player.
Yeah, he is. And I think he
we
also
saw
has
Dandy.
a lot of fans.
Yeah, that too. I think we saw Dandy versus, what was it, Crossy the other day? Was it Crossy? I'm not sure anymore. Or if it was. Nah, I think Crossy played someone else.
I'm not sure either. It was a while ago. I mean, he played against Bonyth, but before that, I can't remember his last TVT. Did he even play a TVT? I'm not even sure.
Crossy plays Zerg. I don't think he played TVT yet in here.
Yeah, I don't think he had the TVT in this tournament yet. Koget, however, did. In the second week, he played against Vodi. I can't recall the result, but well, he has one TVT experience advantage. But I don't think it will matter. I mean, both of these players have played tons of games.
Yeah. I don't think those 5 additional games will really matter that much.
Alright guys, we're getting ready for the next one. If you want, take a really quick bathroom break, get a cup of coffee, get a bowl of ice cream. We're gonna have an awesome TVT. Hopefully get some Latin American viewers to join us.
Get myself another beer, because we are gonna have about another 5 hours of StarCraft, if I remember TVT correctly.
This is gonna be a live match between Dandy and Koget. I did try to get TerraU to come and cast. By the way, they're all in the same BSL group and they're playing tomorrow. Dandy, Koget, Terror. So it's gonna be an awkward, interesting match. Okay, before we get into Dandy vs Koget live, I want to bring attention to a event, a very special show match that will be happening on Tuesday, March 16th, starting at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We will have Terror vs Kala as a curtain raiser, and the main event is between DeWalt and Dandy. 9 whole games on 9 different standard maps. It'll be casted by Kwark, Machine, and Pato. This event, guys, is sponsored by Trovo.live. It's a different streaming platform, and we have an account. It's called Team Think Quick TTV. I will be making a TL calendar event. I posted about it in the general Brood War forum of Team Liquid. I posted about it on Reddit. I've let Spanish casters know about it to let Latin American viewers know to attend it. So we've basically gained a sponsorship opportunity from Trovo. They have sponsored a StarCraft 2 famous team by the name of Alpha X. Big shout out to Sushi. Alpha X is trying to do for us in the Brood War community what Trovo did for them. So Trovo is willing to sponsor Brood War events for us, both show matches and long-term events involving top foreigners and Korean pro gamers. We've already received agreement from people like Bess, Larva, Queen, and others who are interested in playing against other pros and top foreigners. We just need people to basically attend the event if you're around, so we get your viewership numbers, and we can justify to the sponsor continued sponsorship of events. Trovo Live is a new streaming platform. It's owned by Tencent, a multi-billion-dollar company. They have a lot of money. They're interested in getting more Brood War events hosted on their platform. They also have a streaming program where you can get paid to stream. Suffice to say that this is a good sponsorship opportunity for the Brood War community. I'm a non-profit series, so the money that they provide me goes to the prize pool to host events for your entertainment, but it also importantly supports Brood War players. I know there's a lot of Brood War content, but importantly, there aren't that many events for Brood War players to make money off of. There are leagues and seasons where the top teams get paid at the very end, but for the most part, majority of players just play for free and don't actually earn any money. That's why I started my Think Quick regular show match series, to offer little bits of money to players to earn. That's why I did the Best of the Best tour, and we devised the cool prize system where everybody gets paid as long as they get single wins, if you get my drift. So this is another opportunity where we can do frequent events that are sponsored by Trovo, who are throwing money at us, as long as we get live viewers. Now the time is going to vary. In the future, it might be a more European-friendly time. It just depends on the players' schedules and whether we have a Korean involved, or, you know, DeWalt in Siberia, his time zone is very different from most people's. So please do make the greatest effort to tune in. Trovo.live/Team Think Quick TTV. There will be a calendar event on Team Liquid. If we get decent viewership, they will continue to sponsor events. And the bigger goal is to raise awareness around the platform and eventually grow the Brood War community on Trovo and get individual streamers who are able to qualify for their streamer programs, the popular ones, to do that and to make some money from their program. So you can get paid anywhere from $800 a month to much more. I have posted about it in the Team Liquid thread about their streamer program if you're interested in. Very good opportunity to financially support existing active Brood War players and attract maybe newcomers. Because the biggest problem from what I've recognized is just lack of financial opportunities and sponsorship. Well, here it is on a silver platter, so I do really hope that people take advantage of this. Besides that, yeah, we got DeWalt vs Dandy 9 games on Tuesday, and then Terror vs Kala.
On Trovo, muting WorstZerg only costs 5k points. It's basically free. You can keep me shut up for an entire cast.
All right, folks. Sorry to subject you to that. It's sort of my plea to the Brood War community, whoever's watching. Let's get into our next matchup. It's live, guys. Who do we got? We got Dandy versus Koget. These are like the top 3 Terrans, top 4 Terrans outside of Korea.
Very, very, very good Terran players.
Yes. Guys, who do you think will win? Let's get some predictions in the chat here. Are you rooting for Dandy or are you rooting for Koget? Let's hear some names here in the chat.
Danny will win, Koget will misclick. Yeah, I feel like TBT might be the matchup where the guy who blows up the least of his own stuff wins.
Could be.
But that's overall how you find out who the best Terran is. The guy who blows up the least of his own stuff wins. It's gonna be explosive to say the least.
It will be. It will be. Okay. So guys, again, this is a live game. The last show match was casted from replays. This one is live. We are currently waiting for the players to host and join the game. And then we are starting.
Dandy has yet to host the game. Yeah, it looks like chat is very, very split on who will take this serious. Let's hope it will be a close one.
Okay, yeah. Prediction is now up in the chat for the first game. The actual prediction with the channel points, guys. So you can use up all your channel points to predict the winner.
Are we ready? Dandy versus Koget. Where's my Peruvians at? Where's my Polish people at?
Let's go.
These guys are in the same BSL group. With Terror. Might be playing tomorrow.
Quick, before anyone notices, MasterRey, do you know any TBT build orders?
I know some at least. I think we will get this done very nicely.
Okay, in the bottom left, we're gonna have our purple Terran. It's Dandy. Red Terran? Purple Terran? And in the top left, it is our red Terran. It's Koget. Well, who is red now? Yes, okay.
Alright, are we feeling the Terran music?
We are feeling the Terran music is by far the best music in my opinion. It's just grooving along.
Yes. So let's talk about this TVT here. We are on close position, so a little push could happen. We definitely saw that in some past series where one player fast expanded and the other player went for a fast push.
Are we talking about that Kakadu that just exploded into nothing?
Just an illusion.
What happened?
So Dandy is building a supply depot behind the minimap.
Good that you mentioned that. So it's pretty common that some player places his first barracks a bit outside and go for 3 Marine Rush, for example. And we actually do not have that here, but Koget is saving up some minerals here, so I think we are going to see a fast expansion here.
This looks like CC first to me too. The barracks in this matchup is basically a glorified overlord, which takes longer to build and costs more minerals.
Oh wow,
But
what?
actually, wait, is that a second barracks?
What is this build? What do you mean second? That's the first.
No, wait, no, that's Koget's barracks. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what he's doing there.
I think he wanted to go for a CC, but then he saw
Got scouted,
Dandy's
yeah.
scout in and then
Now he's
changed his
building the
plans.
CC.
Well, that's unfortunate for Koget here.
The first scout really hurting him. Dandy now going off an expansion of his own, for an expansion of its own.
Okay, but I mean in general, we still have kind of the same build orders. They're almost
Yeah, still.
the expansion timing is
No,
pretty
it's
the same.
still no gas being taken for Dandy. Only now. So the gas will be slightly later here.
Yeah, it's super close, anyways.
Also building additional marines here, which might be interesting.
So sometimes you see some Wraith action in TVT. I think Voddy really likes it, but I think I saw Koget doing it before as well. So maybe we can see some of that.
That marine just hiding in the mineral line. It's very cute. I think. Wait, did he place that marine there so the SCVs can't pass? Wait, nah, never mind. They mineral walk anyways. I'm stupid.
Yes.
Don't listen to me.
The best of the best casters. Thanks for joining me, guys. Real treat. We have fun here.
Okay. So the first factories are going to get up now. These marines heading out, gonna find each other there. But yeah, Dandy will not want to take that trade up a ramp. Just there, looking sharp, looking cool. Barracks now floating across the map for both players. Floating buildings in general. Oh, he's pushing it. Okay, Dandy looks to be getting the better end of that trade. Two marines surviving. Is there a vulture out, or did Dandy opt for the... Okay, no. Vulture only now in production. Factory just finished. 2 factories for Dandy. 3 factories for Koget. And he might get to kill like 1 SCV with this, 2 SCVs maybe.
If Koget is paying attention, he should be fine here. He should be able to pull away the worker.
Okay,
That
killed
said,
one
he
worker.
just loses one.
Okay, bit of damage on that vulture. Finally, these marines get cleaned up. Barracks handshake in the middle. Armory
And
getting
so
added up
far...
now.
Okay, I just want to say it's a mirror build, but then Koget has 3 factories now, while Dandy is getting an armory. And I think
And a
is
starport.
is Koget
And a
actually
starport.
4th? Wait, is it the starport or
Then the
4th
bottom right
factory
is
here?
starport. I think. What, is the left building? Is that
Yeah, okay, I mean the bottom building of Koget. I think he's going for a mass vulture play. That, yeah, 4 factories here. That is a very serious attack. He's getting speed in his machine shop right now, and he's pumping non-stop vultures and tries to overwhelm Dandy. Maybe he's getting mines as well to kill the tank. And
Okay.
Dandy's scouting that.
Dandy
We need to
might-
see a deeper wall right now. Deeper wall.
Yeah, I think so too. I think he needs to wall this off, otherwise, once speed finishes these vultures, they're just gonna slip by. Okay.
There we go. Okay, Academy wall. Equally as fine.
Buildings you only need once. Okay, Vulture's getting
So-
on top of the tanks. One Goliath. Okay.
Where's
lot
the
of
upgrade?
SCVs
The
going
upgrade.
down.
There's no speed, no mines. What's going on?
I don't know.
I saw the machine stop spinning. Now it stopped spinning, but he didn't use any mines there, and he also didn't have
Yes,
speed.
it's
Now
speed,
he has
it's
speed.
speed.
Ah, he attacked like 3 seconds before his speed finished. Oh man.
And this looks to be cloaked wraiths off of one starport, or what is that? That SCV getting killed, scans getting delayed, so he will not be able to scan the mines. Trying to run by again.
Yeah.
Just gonna
Once
get
the
help.
wall is up and you have some Goliaths,
Drop
there's
ship.
no way that vultures are doing to do anything. And now he's going
Goliath
to drop
drop.
here.
Wait, that's so cute. Look at this barracks that he landed in a natural. So
Yeah,
that's-
this is perfect. That keeps the units there because Koget wants to kill that. So you see the Goliath is actually chasing that barracks right now, and now the shuttle comes in at the mineral line in the main.
Vulture's already here though, laying mines, but he's just gonna fly past and gonna drop into the mineral line. Oh, he built himself in. Like, how do you reach that? He actually walled himself off there, loses a lot of SCVs. Now he's just gonna pick up. There's only one Goliath. That dropship will not take any damage whatsoever.
Yeah, very nice attack here by Dandy. Dandy definitely ahead here, taking pretty much no damage from that aggressive vulture attack, and now killing some SCVs here with the drop. Very good by Dandy.
Driving out that scouting barracks now. Needs to be careful with these mines that are being placed on the map though. Is there a science facility?
Oh, the
here for
vultures?
Dandy? Oh, nice run by.
Vulture sneaking in. Oh, no reaction by Dandy.
Killing mines. Oh, he's
He's going for the
counter-attacking.
counter. Okay. Okay, this
Siege
is
not
a
done yet.
serious attack. I think Koget has enough.
SCVs are fighting units. Moving up the ramp now is Koget for that 50% mischance, sieging up his
going
first
for
tank,
the
but
siege.
okay.
I'm not sure if that siege was worth it actually. It got one shot off and then it couldn't reach anything anymore.
Yeah. But he holds, which is the most important thing, and now he has siege up. The thing is, I
Yes,
think
that's-
Dandy might get into a better position here with his tanks. On
Yeah, and
Koget's
also
side of the
Koget
map.
lost some additional SCVs here for the defense, and he already lost some in the Goliath drop earlier.
Dandy getting on top of that high ground, getting a very nice siege tank arc there. Oh, loses that siege tank on the right though. Look at that range. Also, Dandy does have the air control, rather an air unit here, so his siege tanks actually can shoot farther, since siege tanks in siege mode actually shoot farther than the fog of war reaches.
Yeah, and I mean, one part, as in every game of StarCraft, is of course the unit count and the worker count, the economy. But in TVT, there's this additional thing, this additional factor, the position on the map. And Dandy has this super nice position here. He's basically free to take a third base now.
Yeah, and he's fully contained Koget here. Koget trying to break out, but it's gonna be very hard with these vultures.
Oh,
Yeah, he's
man.
just trying to make the siege tanks shoot itself. As I said in TBT, you're gonna kill a lot of your own units.
Yeah, this was a super fight for Dandy. So effective here. These 5 tanks, they killed way more than 5 tanks already, I think. And now
Yeah.
Koget, he knows he's in danger. He has to use SCVs to tank some shots, and he has to push out now. If he can't push out this, he will GG out.
He gets on top of that high ground, laying mines on top of the siege tanks. Is it gonna be enough?
I don't
might
think
just
so.
be- No. No.
No, it's definitely
Can't
not.
break out. And he taps
Not
out.
that GG.
GG. Well played by Dandy.
Yeah, I mean, Koget went for this aggressive vulture play, but I didn't like it for two reasons. First, he knows that Dandy was scouting him with a barracks, but he still placed all his 4 factories in the middle of his base instead of, for example, at the top of his base. So he let Dandy scout this 4 factory push, so Dandy was able to get the wall up. And then also, Koget attacked like 3 seconds before his speed was done. So, and
Yeah.
those two things really hurt Koget here.
Maybe he tried betting on that Dandy just knew the timing so well that he wouldn't be ready in that time. Maybe like an anti-timing. That's sometimes things that people do. That often happens in like, for example, PvZ, where sometimes the Protoss just moves out before his upgrades finishes, betting that the Zerg hasn't made any Hydras yet.
Oh, maybe.
But then the Goliath drop came and it was just the perfect wall behind the mineral line where no unit could reach Dandy's. That was brutal too.
Yeah. Okay, second game is up. Predictions are up in the chat as well. Get your predictions in, guys. And this game will be on Sylphid. So on the top position here on Sylphid, we have our blue Terran, who is Koget. And in the bottom left, we have our red Terran, Dandy.
Okay. Are there any positional advantages, disadvantages on Sylphid that I'm not aware of? Which might be relevant for this matchup?
I mean, it's like a counterclockwise symmetry. So, for example, I think the third base, the third gas location, is harder to hold for Koget because it's like away from his natural towards Dandy, and that's not the same scenario for Dandy. But I think the bigger role is also this flat ground. There's no ramp, so we could see a little marine attack here. That's a very good possibility on Sylphid. And yeah, we can see Koget moving out at SCV, so
Yeah,
that's
let's see,
exactly
is
what's
this
happening
the
here.
proxy barracks?
Looks like it.
It might just be. Yeah.
Okay,
a
he's
barracks
going for the
would be-
50-50. He's hoping that Dandy is in the bottom right, but sadly he's wrong here, so his Marines actually take a little while longer.
Okay, but this is not yet nothing too terrible in this matchup as far as I remember, since you're gonna be floating that barracks most of the time anyways. Yeah.
Yes, if you go for economy, you usually go for 1 Marine, but if you want to go for a little aggressive attack, you go for 3 Marines, you kill off that 1 Marine of your opponent, and then you have 3 Marines left to maybe pick off 2 or 3 SCVs. Yeah, but in this case, I mean, with the position of the barracks, the Marines will take almost the same amount of time to reach Dandy's base compared to a barracks in his own base. So, and now Dandy will scout it. So he will make more than 1 Marine. He will be prepared. He will have 3 Marines himself in the choke, and that's totally fine.
The last game, Dandy actually made 4 Marines and just pushed back the 3 Marines off Koget, getting some harass done off his own. Factories now being thrown down. Early expansion from Dandy here.
Okay, and Koget actually knowing that Dandy scouted him and that Dandy is in the far away position actually only goes for a single Marine and doesn't commit to more Marines here.
Which is, I think, a very smart move. Now, the question is, if Koget makes a vulture here, can it do a lot of damage? That's a bunker, right? Being built at the front.
Should
Yeah.
be, yeah. Oh wow,
Proxy factory.
proxy.
What is this proxy siege tank?
Yes, I mean he scouted that Dandy was going for a fast expansion, and one way to punish this is to go for a super fast siege tank, and if it's proxied, of course it's even faster, so you can't kill the opponent right away.
The 4D chess move right now would be for Dandy to float his barracks over there. But I don't think he smells it.
I mean, Dandy's gotta know something's up, right? He only saw one fact in Koget space. No expansion.
Yeah, I think he's gotta know there's something going on.
I think so as well, but he's still late. I mean, he already decided to go for expansion before he actually went in the base of Koget, so he's already locked into this strategy right now. He can't make his tank go out faster. One thing he could do is make another bunker, so that delays the siege tank. But so far he's not doing it. So I think the siege tank will come out, and it will be very hard for Dandy to defend.
Yeah, no siege mode being researched though, so... Actually, is it? Maybe there is. It should be siege mode, right?
It's in the main, yeah. Siege mode in the main. And now he will arrive with 2 siege tanks at Dandy's base.
Yeah, this could be very painful. What's Dandy's tech looking like? He's looking to go for either, again, Goliaths, or is it Vultures? I'm feeling Goliaths. I think... What's that building in the bottom right of Dandy's base? Is it a starport again? Or is it a... Nah, it's a supply depot.
Okay, siege tank arrives, of course, outranges a bunker even without siege mode.
Which we all knew.
Yeah, but I mean, this is not helping Koget. He has to commit more, because...
He has to wait until siege mode finishes.
Yeah, because then he can target the SCVs repairing.
Floating the barracks now.
These 3 siege tanks here. There more SCVs for Dandy are
pushing on
needed.
top of the
He's
SCV.
not...
Oh, bunker goes down.
Yeah. Oh no,
That's
that's it.
very dangerous. See how these vultures will do.
I don't think they will do that well. Tanks are just so
SCVs are
much
actually
stronger.
the best units to fight siege tanks. They're all gonna go down now.
Yeah, I mean he missed the
I
repair on
think
the
he's done
bunker.
it.
That was it.
Yeah, I think he's done it. I don't think there's recovering here. Oh, counterattack coming in. Maybe this counterattack will get enough damage done. Fighting vultures with SCVs now. He actually killed him. What? Or cancelling that upgrade, whatever it was. I think it was mines. I think he's dead.
Yeah, he is for sure. I think Dandy actually didn't expect the proxy, because he was only repairing with 1 single SCV. So he thought maybe there's 1 more tank coming. He can pull SCVs to repair then. But there were actually 2 tanks, 2 more coming at the same time, and then 3 tanks attacking the bunker. You can't out repair that with 1 SCV. And that's what cost him the game here, I think.
Koget aiming for the PVT strategy. Okay, Danny now trying to hold this. There is no siege mode, the research was mines, but yeah, Dandy tapping out now.
Yeah, 3 tanks,
GG.
you can't beat that with mass vultures, it's not possible. If there are also some vultures and Goliaths for the tank player.
GG. It's
GG.
tied up 1-1.
Big shout out to all the Spanish-speaking wonderful guests who've tuned in to watch Dandy. This is the Dandy Army, and I'm sure there's a Koget Army in the chat as well.
This reminds me of that one video of Total Biscuit, may he rest in peace. It's like, who proxies a tank?
Yeah,
It's like
I mean, it definitely
he
worked.
streamed his ladder progress.
Okay, so far I have to say we saw 2 TVTs and they both ended fairly quickly. So
yeah,
that
I
is
don't know
very
what's going on
unexpected.
here. Something's going wrong.
I'm sorry, what's going wrong?
The length
what's
of
going wrong?
TVTs.
The length of TBTs. I was promised 5 hours of StarCraft.
Yeah, don't do that to me, guys. Get a heart attack every time you say there's some sort of problem. I'm guessing it's technical.
No. It's all good. We're doing well.
Game 3 on Eclipse.
Yes, predictions are up in the chat again, guys. Give your channel points for some predictions. Game 3 on Eclipse. Dandy versus Koget. Current score is 1-1. We have some band on the chat here about Ox's name.
Who is obviously named TQ. Ox is the team.
Okay, but here we are. We are in the game. The game is live and running. In the top right, we have our gray Terran. It is Dandy. And in the bottom left, our pale blue Terran. Very close to gray. It is Koget.
Can we play with these colors? How does everyone feel?
I think we can. I think Terran units are all ranged. They are far apart from each other, so I think it's fine.
Thank you, MasterRey.
SCVs and vultures running into siege tanks.
Yeah, if we get this SCV rush, then it will get complicated, but apart from that, I think we're fine.
Oh no.
Okay, so of course on Eclipse, which is a 2-player map, you know where your opponent spawns, so that makes proxy barracks a bit more, more of a possibility here. But so far, we see no super early SCV leaving the base, so I guess we are not seeing any hard cheese. I mean, both SCVs are going to the edge of their main base, but this is just so that the floating barracks reaches the opponent's base as early as possible, while still being safe inside your base building.
Yeah, scouting SCV coming out now for Koget. None for Dandy yet. Or is that a scouting SCV?
Is that a proxy barracks? The second barracks proxy? It could be.
Might be. That is not a scouting path. Either, or he's looking for a proxy.
Yeah, that could be as well.
Maybe he tries to psych Dandy out. With like, haha, my SCV came from here. Don't you wanna see what's down there? And look, Dandy is looking. Well, nah, he's not.
Danny just doesn't care. He's just going straight to the base.
Okay, CC coming up for Koget. Well, Dandy is gonna be the one who's gonna build his factory first.
Okay, we actually do have a lot of requests to change the colors in the chat here. By at least like 6 different people.
Yeah.
Okay, so this time we have actually the reversed build. So this time it's Koget going for an early expansion and Dandy going for the gas. So what will we see? We don't see a proxy factory for Dandy this time.
But 2 early Marines, 3 early Marines, 4 early Marines actually. Seems like Dandy really likes 4 Marines. Against 1 Marine, 2 Marines now. And the bunker is not finished yet, so this might get dangerous. Only 2 Marines versus 2 Marines now. Bunker still not finished. 1 Marine goes down. Ooh, just gets inside the bunker. Ooh, that was close.
Yeah, I think it would be useful to actually focus the SCV building the bunker if you have more SCV, more Marines coming. But yeah, I guess he didn't, and now this little push is over.
Factory gonna be landed here to prevent any Vulture run-bys, but it's not in time. Vulture is gonna run by, is not blocked on the ramp. It's gonna cancel the factory producing, and this is disaster.
Yes. He will get so many SCVs here. If he
So
might
much
distract
lost mining time, so many SCVs are going down.
Oh! Can he get it?
Oh, he gets
Oh,
it!
gets it.
Nice surround there by Koget. But he lost a lot of mining time there on his base.
But he has a fast expansion, so I think overall they are pretty much equal, I would say.
Yeah. Very nice micro there from Koget. Ooh, a lot of players would have died to that.
Okay, so Starport against Armory. Was it an Armory top right of Dandy's base? I think we're going for some Goliaths. Yeah, Armory going up here. So Goliaths for Dandy versus probably a dropship for Koget here.
I wanna see Wraiths. I like Wraiths. But Goliath versus Wraiths is not a matchup that Wraiths do well in. Okay, Siege tank out for Dandy now, hitting that bunker. Siege mode 2.
Yeah, first tank is out for Koget as well. I don't see the machine shop spinning.
He's diving on top of the tank.
Not...
Doesn't get the surround, but chasing it. Okay, he gets it.
I need to repair his tank here. Yeah, well, he's not repairing. Oh my god.
You really need to repair that tank.
Is it one hit? Oh, it's one hit. Ah, he didn't repair his tank. Oh my.
By the way,
Now he's in trouble.
I really like what Dandy did here. He landed his barracks outside of his opponent's base and just started producing Marines again. While pushing with that siege mode upgrade. And
Yeah.
Smets-
I mean, now Dandy can set up a very nice contain because he just has the tank advantage. Oh, there's the race. Where's the first Goliath? It should come.
Yeah, Goliath is already walking across the map here. So this Wraith won't do much, really.
Ox, can you check if the control tower is blinking off the starport in Koget's base? It is not, so no cloak here, so that one Goliath is definitely enough. And yeah, Koget knows it. He has to pull SCVs once again.
Siege sieging up his tanks now. Eats a volley. SCV is on top of the siege tank. Dies. The SCVs die to his own siege. This is matchup.
All his SCV die and the tank still lives. Oh, that's so unfortunate for Koget. Ah man, you can really see this one tank that was dying in the beginning really makes a difference here.
I don't know how he stops this push ever, really. He needs a siege tank on the high ground. But he's gonna be like, he's gonna be contained forever here. Even though, yeah, additional siege tanks are coming. I think it's like 2 Goliaths, 1 siege tank at a time.
Yeah, I mean, even if he can like get the tank on the high ground or whatever, or and defend his own base, he will still get contained as in the first game.
Also, don't forget that Koget lost a lot of SCVs during all of this fighting. You had to use SCVs all of the time. Huh. Yeah.
Also,
so from here, what do you do when you're Koget? I really don't know, because Dandy can just macro up. He can take a third base, but Koget is never gonna be able to take his third base because it's contained.
Maybe a drop. Maybe a drop could be. I mean, he has a control tower after all. For a single race, you don't need the control tower, so he probably is using that control tower. It's not blinking, so I guess he's getting a drop ship. Yeah, that is. So that's one way he could get out of this situation, but I think Dandy knows about it, and I think I just heard a scan as well. I just think that Dandy will be fine.
Yeah, that SCV scout on the drop path. He just knows, man. He just knows.
Yeah, he knows this is the only thing that Koget can do in this situation. And yeah, he scouts it. Now he can prepare. He can let some units stay in his base.
Okay, let's see if these mines deal any damage. I don't think they will. I think Dandy's prepared for that.
Yeah. Okay, 2 dropships leaving Koget's base on the right side here, but another.
There is
SCV.
another SCV. He's building it. That's so funny. Building a missile turret there.
But there are just so many units for Dandy. I mean, there's no drop defense in the actual mineral lines. So maybe, okay, Ralcha's actually running in only 3 of them. 2 of them reach the main here. Oh, but he's not microing them.
Okay, now he's microing them. Yeah, he's trying to break out at the same time. And I think he might do it. Kills the siege tanks. There's 4 more tanks on the way, I think. Yeah. Sieging up. Oh, and he hit the Goliath instead of the siege tanks. His siege tanks go down, and he's contained again. With even more siege
I
tanks
think
now.
the trade was actually... It was not a good trade. I mean, he got initially a good trade, but when those 5 tanks of Dandy arrived, the trade definitely went into Dandy's favor overall.
It all went south. I wonder how much damage that Vulture run by actually did.
I think it did not do a single SCV kill. He just attacked the machine shop with the vulture.
Oh no, I saw him turn his camera towards those vultures, so I think he moved them towards the mineral line.
Okay. Yeah, but I mean, look at the supply, look at the mineral blank, look at the third base of Dandy. Dandy has just everything, and he has the unit advantage, and he has the contain. So he really has everything.
It's just not a nice position for Koget to be in, really. Okay, dropped some vultures on there, made the siege tanks hit each other, as you do. If you can't kill your opponent, make your opponent kill himself. but I think the Wraith died, didn't it? So, yeah. Effectively, the siege tanks of Dandy have more range just because of that barracks floating there.
Yes. Okay, so Koget, he wants to transfer some tanks on the third base location, so then he can defend that third base location with those tanks and get his CC over there. But I'm sure the dropship production of Dandy has already started as well. Oh, he's just going to move into the natural
just
now
going
that
in for the
4
kill
tanks
now.
are missing.
He's confident that he has enough tanks, but there are tanks on the high ground.
Yeah.
Those vultures just blow up. It's explosions everywhere. Yeah, this might be the way for Koget to come back, but we're soon gonna be in range of the mineral line if we aren't already.
He is
Dropping
trying his
SPs on top of
best.
these things.
Is that okay? Hayden
Yeah, the
expansion
fourth
bottom
base
right
gets
was
scouted.
scouted. Yeah. Losing tanks in the natural. No tanks anymore on the high ground. I think Dandy could actually move in if he scans, or he actually sees it with the barracks.
Yeah, he's in
I
range.
think he could just move in.
He hits the siege tanks. And GG. Yeah,
Okay.
Koget has to tap out. There's no way he's gonna come back from this. Damn! 2-1 for Dandy. Well played.
Yeah, GG. And I think it really comes down to that first tank of Koget that he lost to the. He fought with against the 3 Marines,
Didn't repair it.
and then it was red HP, didn't repair it, and then it got picked off by the tank of Dandy. I think that was the beginning of the snowball effect for Dandy.
Yeah, but how well played from Dandy, like getting that small advantage and taking the chokehold and just not letting go.
Yeah.
You just never let
Very
go.
nice. Yeah, and also I really like that you really place SCVs around Koget's base. He really knew that he was in an advantage position, and he knew what he had to do to make sure Koget cannot get out of this position. Very nice.
Ogs, my man, you're being way too scared. You're doing great. We love you, Ogs.
The margin for error of observing is pretty significant.
I mean, it was hard because there was many things at the same time. For example, they were going on. I think you caught the main fight, and those 2 vultures in the main base, for example, they got picked off. So
The zoom thing is something I think about. You gotta zoom out in TVTs a bit more, but when it's too zoomed out, you can't really see. Anyways, let's get into Dominion Azul, Game 4.
We should have like a channel prediction reward, channel point reward. Cast the whole game or 5 minutes of the game completely zoomed in.
100% zoomed in. That's the Ox. That's the Ox channel point reward to troll Ox. Is to observe completely zoomed in.
Okay, Demonio Azul. The game is loaded. Predictions are live in the chat right now. Get your channel points in. And we are starting off this game with Dandy in the bottom right position in the white color. And in the bottom left we have the blue Terran Koget.
Yes, Demonia Azul, which I have heard Kwark say is basically Sylphid.
I mean, it is a flat map, meaning there's no high ground to low ground advantage in the main base choke. There's no ramp. Yeah, so it plays equally to or similar to Sylphid in the early game, but I think in the late game it's very different because of this huge high ground in the middle.
There's something cool that Koget did on this map once in a TVT against Terror. He had floated his barracks to his opponent's main's choke entrance and landed it there. So he cut off any reinforcements coming out, and he attacked Terror's natural. So Terror couldn't actually do anything about that until he destroyed that barracks.
Damn.
So I'm interested to see what Koget has up his sleeve for us on this
Kim
map.
Tection asks in the chat, what's the score? Okay, if you look at the bottom left, there's this thing where the names are, and as you can see, the score is clearly 1-35 for Koget right now. Okay, forward barracks coming out from Koget again. He seems to really like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to mix in to keep your opponent honest, as Tasteless would say. You just don't want to let him get away with like a super fast expansion without marine production. Okay, and Dandy actually not scouting the right direction here, so this forward barracks could surprise Dandy. The first time in this series we have a proxy barracks unscouted in the beginning of the game.
Okay. Only
Okay,
one
but
marine,
he's
right?
still going one marine, yes, only one. So yeah, you never have to commit. It's always fine to proxy your barracks so it can float over to your opponent's base earlier or faster.
You know, hitting the barracks with the marines, and I'm wondering if it. You know that feeling when marines hit your first overlord because he finds it? It's very painful. And with the barracks, it's just like, oh, okay, there's his marines. I think that's very unfair. I want Terrans to feel scared when their floating barracks get hit.
Not happening. Okay, so both players actually going for one factory expand here. So I think this is the first time in this match that we have mirrored builds. It was in the All-Star games, it was always one player putting on the aggression, but in this case both players same build. Oh,
Marine goes
out of
down though.
place.
First hit on the vulture. Also, there is an SCV to repair that vulture here. He's gonna kill that SCV that's building this CC.
Okay, now he will clean this up, but of course that...
Will he?
He has two SCVs repairing against one, so
okay.
he will be fine, but his CC was delayed a lot.
Actually gonna finish up at the same time, so.
Yeah. Well, it was still delayed. I mean, he just started it earlier, I guess, and now it's at the same time. Okay, but I think we also have a difference in build here. Dandy has two factories, and I think he has a machine shop producing tanks, while Koget, I think he's going for fast 3 factories. Oh, but hold that thought, another tank.
There are things exploding everywhere. It's scary out there. Whew.
Yeah, some SCV kills by Dandy here. So Dandy trying everything to get into a little economic advantage here. But I mean, overall, in the grand big picture of the game, it's still pretty even here.
I think he's trying to prevent Dandy from landing his barracks here because you can cut off any supply. That's the purpose of this depot, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yes, very nice.
And Dandy seems to be doing the same thing, maybe?
Yeah.
Oh,
Since
but
chat.
placing a depot, I'm not sure about this. Placing a depot in your own choke, this barracks could just land below it, exactly like this, maybe one more to the left, and it still closes, even if you have it not exactly in the choke. But he's actually not
No.
attacking, so...
No, he is.
This is the great Koget play, I
Yeah.
think, that I was talking about.
Yeah, it is. It is. Oh, and he's not targeting. He's still targeting the barracks.
he's
Oh my god.
He's at a unit disadvantage here. He's gonna lose these SCVs.
Oh, they can't even go back. Yeah. That's so
Oh
unfortunate.
no! He's gonna lose all these SCVs.
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's not enough to
Koget did it.
prevent the barracks from landing exactly in the middle of the choke. If you place a depot there and
Wow.
there's still a small choke, the barracks can just land in another place and block it. Ah, very unfortunate for Dandy. That was preventable.
that was just a really nice kill move from Koget.
Right?
Yeah! That's what you mentioned, Ox. That's a thing Koget does on maps like these, and boom! Did it.
Well, it seemed like Dandy was tipped off when he was making that depot and paying attention to that. He's giving the smiley face to Koget now in the chat. And he says, nice map.
Nice map.
Nice map by Dandy, nice. Nice map and a lot of laughing smileys. We have to
Yeah.
mention that as well.
Yeah, I think he's mad. I think he's very mad. Yes, excellent map, go. Oh, Koget.
I mean, to pull that off isn't easy, right?
To land a barracks?
Well, you gotta prepare for it. It's all timing. Do you have enough
Yeah.
units? There's a lot of variables at stake. He just pulled it off very nicely.
Yeah, I think it's actually not that hard to stop the barracks from landing. You just have to keep like one SCV below it. But I guess he just wasn't looking at that moment, and then it landed. And once it's landed, game is pretty much over. Dandy saying here in the chat he needs 3 supply depots to block the barracks. I think he's not approaching this right. He can just use one SCV. Okay. Yeah, game 5 is up. Predictions are also up. The map is
Also-
DC Ray.
DC.
Yep.
Also, since chat has been trolling us about German casts, I think it's only fair that we only call siege tanks Belagerungspanzer and vultures Geier this game.
Guy, it's Adler.
Geier, Aasgeier.
Yeah. We still don't have the channel point reward for casting in German, right?
We
don't.
had one, but then we switched it to muting me instead.
That was your idea, yeah. I'm gonna
Okay,
refund
anyway.
whoever did the Life of a Critter, because we just didn't get to it today, but thank you for humoring us.
Okay, game is going here. Dandy in the top position, Koget in the bottom position. So, yeah, this map, of course, I mean, you all know it by now. It has that backdoor expansion. So you can go for a fast expansion and defend it even a little bit more easy compared to other maps. But I think it doesn't play a huge role in TVT.
Mind Flayer, vulture equals Adler. Well, not in the literal translation, it doesn't. The literal
Yeah,
translation
true.
for Adler is eagle.
Yep. Okay, we have the guest here. we have gas against expansions, so very different approaches to this map here. We could see a situation compared to, like in the Silphid game, we had the same, where it was Dandy fast expanding and Koget going for the proxy factory. We could see a reverse game of that.
Kind of sad that we didn't get a cross-position game in.
Yeah, I mean, all the games with still way below average game length of a normal TVT.
Yeah.
So that's pretty crazy. 5 games in a row? Is that short? We still have this game. Let's not call it over too soon here. Maybe it can develop into a very long game on close position as well, of course.
Let's see what Dandy does here. I'm hoping for a 2-port Wraith.
I mean, that's possible, especially because those positions are pretty close by air. And wow, this is the second SCV that Koget lost. Second
Yeah,
SCV
he might
now.
lose another one here actually.
Yeah, it looks
He
like.
can't
Oh
build,
my god.
He can't wall. These Marines are getting a lot of damage in. Okay, finally he's gonna... What, is he? Come on. Okay. Okay, he cleans it up.
Oh, that
Okay,
is double
2-port
cardboard.
Wraith from Dandy. I called it. So let's see if Koget smells this.
I think he had no scouting information so far.
Oh, I think he's gonna get denied pretty hard too. There's a vulture on the middle of the map just to deny that scouting. Yep. Sorry, a Gaia.
Okay, so we should see an academy on eBay by Koget, I think. He can't go without any anti-air or scouting. He needs something, I think.
Okay, the 2-port Gespenst coming out now. They might do
Wow.
significant. They might do significant damage.
Yeah, no
And
anti-air
they're
for
here.
Koget.
I think he's just dead, to be honest.
Just nothing.
Gonna cancel the armor. Gonna cancel the armory, and there are no Goliaths to be made. I think he's just dead.
Yeah, there's academy, but it's too late now. It's just too late. He went greedy. He didn't play safe at all. No detection, no scouting, nothing. Or no anti-air, no scouting.
Yeah, now he's
And now
making
he pays
Marines
for
to
it.
kill Wraiths. This is just painful.
The control
And
tower
Cloak
is
is on the
making
way.
so. Yeah, exactly.
He's got an
Um,
expansion up. He might lose some SCVs trying to make an armory, but if he can get one Goliath out,
But he's losing a lot.
he's getting cloak, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yes,
He's getting close.
and the armory just now finishes, so the Goliaths are starting right now. So these rays still have a lot of time to kill SCVs.
And there's no scanners up either. So, and while these Wraiths are doing it, they're accumulating energy, of course. All the Marines are dead. No engineering bay, no turrets. NG bay not even finished. I think he's dead. I think Danny's done it.
Okay,
Two
Cloak
Goliaths out
should
now.
be here now. Okay, where's the Cloak? I mean, maybe he's not cloaking because he knows that there are
Yeah, now he's cloaked. Okay, scan comes out, but he's just gonna go to the natural, I think.
So many SCVs dying. Oh my god. Okay, second scan used. This was the last scan for a little while.
But they're still in range. Okay, doesn't lose another one. Oh,
Is
turrets going up now though. And the turret
Okay,
finishes.
finishes.
Okay, this is the end of that.
Just in time.
That was painful though. But it's still 2 base to 1 base, so I wonder how much this matters. Danny getting his expansion up now. Still producing Wraiths.
What if he just attacks right now?
Who?
I don't think he has the scans to do that.
Yeah, I think
Who's
Dandy.
Starports of
I
his
mean,
own?
Dandy had vultures, Goliaths, like 5 Goliaths or so.
He's
I
gonna have
think
2
Koget-
scans.
I think Koget is gonna go into the big brain play here, and it's gonna go Vulture Wraith. I mean Valkyrie Wraith.
Valkyrie.
Yeah, against Super Wraith. Why not? Clumped up Wraiths.
Okay, we have a dropship out for Dandy. What will he load into that? So there's 1 tank, and I guess maybe 2 vultures. Oh, is he going for a hidden expansion top left, or is he just scouting?
It's just. I'm not sure.
Yeah, hidden
Yeah, he's going
expansion
for hidden
is
expansion.
any second. There we go. Yeah, I think Dandy's work account should be a little bit higher still. But it looks
Alright.
pretty even. This drop
Yeah,
is
they're
coming
on the
in very
same
soon.
supply actually. Okay, dropship coming out now. Are there Wraiths there to block it yet? 3 starports for Koget, by the way.
Yeah, very nice idea to place that 1 starport at the top so that Dandy thinks that's actually the one only starport.
Yeah.
Oh, Vulture's getting blocked by the gas SCVs. Oh no.
Oof. Oh, just shoot! Shoot!
Ah, so many extra SV go down because the units couldn't reach the vultures. Oh man.
It hurts.
Hidden expansion also up now, and I think Dandy is pulling ahead here, but we have to keep in mind this triple starport play.
This triple,
Still no
starport Wraith.
starports. Still no turrets for Dandy.
What's that tank shooting at?
He killed
His
his own
own
turret
turret.
because it was blocking his units there. Okay, here, this is an important building that we have there in the Natural of Dandy. We have the Academy, and he is getting his scans very soon with that. But it's just a little bit
It's
too
a
late. The
lot of
scans are not
Wraiths.
too late. Not in time.
Let's see what damage these can do. Okay, here we go. And
Oh man.
he doesn't have an NG bay for sure, does he? No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
How does he
has
stop it?
nothing.
Actually,
The
Two
scans
Goliaths
are
out now,
coming.
but scan. He can just fight these
Oh,
Goliaths.
repair!
Actually.
Where's the repair?
There's no repair. I don't know
No
why,
repair! Ah, he had to surround those Goliaths with SCVs. to
Koget
repair
with the
them.
payback.
I think that's it.
You guys said that about Koget getting attacked with raids.
Yeah, I mean, he was playing too greedy. He went for even that third base in the top left and got no academy, no scans. He was just a bit too greedy, playing not
And
safe
this
enough.
this is an amount. This is an amount of Wraiths that can fight Goliaths. That's a big
Yeah.
difference. Yeah, I think he's kind of screwed. He's just over the production right now.
Yeah, he had to get those scans earlier to see the
Down
build
to how many Wraiths are we on right now? 5?
6? 8 actually.
Eight.
Wow.
Oh, he killed the SCV that builds the turret. Oh, he actually just kills the turret.
Turns
Damn.
out, if you
And
have
now he's
8
gonna
of
kill the
them,
siege tanks there.
they actually do damage.
Who knew the counter to 2-port Wraith was 3-port Wraith? Cloaks again. A bit greedy there. Loses 2 Wraiths.
I mean, Dandy still has the hidden base. We cannot count them out here. And he now has
true.
stabilized.
I almost forgot about that.
Dandy has it. Koget is dead. Just to get another call in here.
Yeah, Koget is dead, for sure. It's 3 bases to 2 base. Oh, he scanned the base.
Oh,
He scanned the
wow,
base.
he scanned the base. Okay, that's important. Are there turrets?
There must be. There must be building at least right now. Yeah, there's 1 turret. What?
Yeah, but he's sending a ground army there.
Yeah, turrets not the best unit for tanks and
Are you-
Goliaths.
Can we make siege tanks fly? A flying siege tank, imagine. Flashbacks to StarCraft 2.
Well, technically, the ground units of Koget will attack from the high ground to the turret on the low ground. So,
Yeah, but
almost.
you know that guy in that missile turret is way too dizzy to realize that.
Okay, what is Dandy doing? What is the reaction of Dandy? This is the question now.
Oh no, I need to shut up now.
Okay, Dandy's third base falling. He cannot save this. This is completely down. He can pull away some SCVs, but what is he doing with his main army? Oh no, he's not manually pulling the SCVs away. Okay, drop by Dandy. That's the reaction here. That's the counterplay. Trying to focus that turret. It's getting repaired. He should focus some SCVs here. Okay, gets a lot of SCVs. Not focusing the Goliaths. Okay, now he is. Now he's targeting the SCVs again. Can he do the necessary counter damage? Koget ahead in supply. I think Dandy lost more SCVs in the top left here. And I think they all died as well, because he didn't manually move them out of the base. He actually just clicked his minerals and they were stuck and going back and forth in that top left corner here. So they all died, and I just think that Dandy has lost too many SCVs here. But he still has a small army in the middle. If he can somehow catch some units here of Koget, he can maybe get in a decent contained position. So we learned in some of the games, game 1 and 3 specifically, we learned how important this position is in TVT. And so far, at least that's what Dandy has going for him, the position. He has this high ground outside of Koget's base, he has the units to secure that contain. And yeah, Koget has, I mean, a still higher race count. But can he use it? I think there are turrets outside of Koget's base, like on the 3 o'clock. Dandy is building turrets, right? On the right, center right. Below Dandy's main, I think there are turrets and a base building.
Oh, I'm sorry, MasterRey.
So, no problem. So yeah, I just want to say this. So this is actually catching the race of Koget. So this is a very nice position for Dandy to take to further contain Koget here. So this, again, this position play, this contain is very nice, and he's trying to get this contain up all around of Koget's base. Okay, this job will probably get cleared without any major damage. But he has to send one more unit over. Those units are both red, I am sure. But is there not a single unit? Okay, so we had a similar situation on the Eclipse game where Dandy was completely containing Koget, and Koget tried to get out with some dropships. So he still has, I think, some room on the left side, in the bottom left corner. Okay, there's hidden base, but I mean he can fly out of the bottom left corner of his main base to maybe get out some units. But I think Dandy is also moving SCP there. But hold that thought, we have a nice job here. That 3 o'clock base is going down. That's CC also going down, I think. He let it stay there for a little while too long, maybe. Okay, Dandy is sending an SCV. In the bottom left, there is a send SCV or Vulture. Is he actually sending it in the bottom left? No, he's not. He's just he's cruising past it. Or is he? Okay, it was on shift. It's actually going in there. So he's actually scouting this. Both players on top of their scouting. A very nice play here. Both scouting the hidden expansions of their opponents. Yeah, and now this contain that Dandy has on the high ground in the middle, in front of Koget's base, it's basically useless because Koget is not interested in moving out his ramp and moving out by ground from his base. He's just using mass dropships here to get his units out of this base in other ways. So Koget can secure a nice position here on Dandy maybe. Oh, he's actually going for the main. Using his race to tank some turret shots and flying the dropships in. Is there anything for Dandy? No units in the base for Dandy. He has to pull some tanks from the middle of the map here. Using some SCVs, but he's basically losing them. If there are Goliaths in the drop, SCVs don't really work against the units. And oh, this is major damage. This is really major damage here. You can see it in the supply. Koget had 30 supply here. All the tanks are sieged. Even if Dandy defenses, this is so bad of a trade here for Dandy. And he already lost so much. All the supply depots are going down. He has to rebuild all of them. But I also have to mention...
5 minutes were.
Welcome back, WorstZerg.
Yeah, this drop is devastating.
Yes. But I have to say, look at the minerals of Koget. So he's maybe a little bit focused on that attack. I mean, it's working. But if somehow this attack can't do necessary damage...
Look at Dandy hidden base. Exactly where Koget's hidden base is.
Wow.
Give me my points back, he's talking again.
Okay. Wait, even the CC died. So I don't think the gas was depleted yet. So this is one less gas here for Dandy. And he's still not clearing the units out. Wow.
These hidden bases next to each other, it's just... I mean,
I can't believe Dandy... Yeah. Nice scan, and there are the reinforcements.
Yeah, that's gonna be the killing blow, I feel like. Oh, actually...
Okay, no reinforcements.
Yeah, he sent 3 dropships there, which had a total of 1 Goliath in them.
Yeah. Probably forgot to load units in. Ah man, so unfortunate for Dandy to let this happen. I mean, he got his 3 o'clock base destroyed by those exact dropships, and then he just let them fly to the main, no defense.
I'm not sure, is the game like... Is maybe the replay bugged? Or like, let's see if anything comes out of these dropships. No, he actually just forgot units. I think.
Yeah. Also, not a replay. We have to mention that.
I
It's
mean,
a live game
we
here.
had this last week where the live game broke.
Yeah, it actually
Okay,
happened.
GG,
Yeah.
Dandy taps
GG.
out. But we had this last week where the live game broke. So
I didn't see any indication that this would be broken at all, not in terms
it
of
was
any
it was
lag.
because of the dropships arriving and not having any units in them.
So Koget comes out on top.
Yeah, Dandy did a nice job trying to really span the contain around the whole quarter that Koget had, even building turrets around his base, but it just wasn't quite enough.
I mean, those 4.5k minerals, was it broken? Might have been.
No, it was not broken. All fine. Koget even in the chat. I had 5k. I had mineral only
Okay,
2Ks.
okay.
Yes. Okay, prediction outcome. Koget wins. Okay, nice. 3-2, and this was our longest TVT we had here. So overall, very short
Very
live game,
short.
but we had a little more normal TVT in the end here. Very nice play for both players. Very, very even series, I would say. Both players doing very nice games here. Very close result as well.
We should get Koget joining us soon, guys, for a post-game interview.
We're getting trolled for our accents here. It's mean. Bullying. I'm only gonna call vultures Gaia from now on. Yes.
We should do the reverse. We should do the German names, but translate them to English. For example, we should call the race the Space Hunters.
Space Hunter.
Welcome, Koget. Thanks for joining, man.
Good evening, everyone, or good morning, wherever you are.
Those were awesome games, man. Thank you so much.
GG. I think it was a mess. I mean, it's not your usual TVT, I guess, right?
I was mentioning what you did against Terror on Dominio Azil, where you landed the barracks. And it looked like, looking at your base, you noticed his barracks was floating above your choke, so you had like put an SCV there. And then when you look at Dandy's,
I had like Vulture, SCV, Depot, and 50% of my screen time there. Because on that map, if you allow this, it's always just GG, right? There's no way of holding any kind of aggression if that happens to you.
when you did that against Terror, you had like played around on the map and thought about doing that, because it was pretty cool. And seeing you pull that off on Dandy, because he spotted it, he actually built a depot, but you still pulled it off, and it was just awesome.
Yeah, but you need many depots there, right? There was a map like this before in TVT, and every game looked like this. I mean, it was all about not allowing this to happen, and only then it could have been a normal TVT. If it happened, then it would always be a good game. Anyway, good games.
And the last game was so many backs and forths. Yeah, sorry, WorstZerg. I'll let you guys ask questions.
I was just asking because I found this guy in the chat who said it. I found it really funny. Would you say that 3-port Wraith counters 2-port Wraith?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't necessarily counter 5-factory Goliath, though. But, I even went +1 attack for that matter, though. No, I was a little bit shaken in the beginning of that game. I was thinking about doing the same, to be quite frank. I was very much on the edge, but I didn't really practice particular thing on that map, because how Dandy could have won this game decisively is if he backed the Vulture for the mineral line at the back. And that was my main concern, if Dandy is gonna do it, because then you cannot hold, right? If you get a Vulture in your base through the back door for minerals with an SCV, you can do it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And 2-port Wraith, you lose. So I was very much on the edge. Should I play this 13, 14 CC? Because if he does it, I feel I lose. And I was thinking about doing this myself, but then I thought, nah, he's probably not gonna go for 14 CC in this map. And anyway, it was a mess, but I think, nice mind games and so.
But contains are so strong in that matchup. I mean,
Yeah, but
MasterRey,
not on that map, right? Because on that map, if you can get any of the faraway mains with dropship, you will be okay. So I think this map is all about air control or dropship.
okay.
You know, you can go for land contain if you know your opponent is going for ground also. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I think we saw that on Eclipse. There it was very strong, this contain with the turrets very early on. But I have a question about the... What was it? I think it was Polypoid, the first game, where you went for a 3-factory vulture play. You built the factories almost at the bottom of your base, so then you was scouting with the Rex very early on and was able to make a wall.
Yeah. No, it doesn't matter there really. With his style, I mean, so the thing that neither you or viewers know is that Danny and I played a lot of games, right? And we know each other's styles. And I knew he's gonna go for Goliath dropship, and he knew I will probably go for vulture play. So I think, you know, at some point when two players play a lot together, it kind of becomes, you know, you just stop mind gaming like this. You just know. And I mean, you know, also, yeah, he knew what I was most likely going for. I think in that game specifically, I just made a mistake not going to the high ground with SCVs, but waiting maybe at the low ground. Could have been it, or maybe my Goliath defense wasn't so clean as it should have been, as I had units in base. But just some miss micro there. I feel like I could have held it there, just miss micro.
Yeah. Yeah, was close. Yeah, it was a very close game.
GG's. I mean, I think Dandy was very aggressive all games. Kind of surprised me, you know, also game on Eclipse. He was just pushing with so many Marines, right? And because of that, my Rax was delayed to land because he was just pushing all the time Marines.
So on Eclipse, you lost your one siege tank though, too. That I think that really hurt.
Yeah, that siege tank was decisive also, right? Because if not that, I would have had 2 siege tanks and I could just push out of SCVs. Correct. Thought I can hold it there. It looked like I can get away, but...
Yeah, it looked like it, and then the siege tank just...
Yeah. So, it kind of went siege mode and unsiege mode for a while, yeah.
But I really like your Silphid build with like that proxy factory. Is that something that you did a few times with Dandy before, or was it something that he has not seen from you before?
Yeah, so I mean, that build I actually, I was hoping to go siege mode first, but because that SCV got in my main, I made vulture first, right? And because I went vulture first there, I thought that okay, my tank is gonna be severely delayed to pressure the bunker, and my siege upgrade is going to be severely delayed. You know, the usual 2-fact build like this is that you go siege mode and then you have vulture proxying. And if you do everything right, then the other Terran has to go Wraith. If they don't go Wraith, then you should win. But because he forced me with that freaking SCV there to go vulture first, I thought, okay, I'll still go 2-fact, but I will mind game for him to believe that it's not 2-fact. So I made mine upgrade to show mines in front of a bunker, because if he sees mines in front of a bunker, he knows it's not timing. Then he expects either a dropship or just regular macro play from me behind, right? Just expansion macro play.
Yeah.
So as soon as I put mines, I knew he's gonna lower his guard, and then I just attacked the bunker because I knew he's not gonna expect so many units to hold the bunker, right? Otherwise, he would have been more ready with SCVs. Yeah, exactly. And the reason he had one SCV is because he's in mines. And then, you know, that kind of like all glued together into putting him into that position where he lost the bunker. And it would have been very difficult even if you pulled all SCVs because I had so many units targeting SCVs. So that was a bit of a kind of like mind game from a situation where he scouted me and I didn't go Aden first in that build order. So everything was too much delayed. That was a long story.
Man, I really appreciate you guys playing because you're in the same BSL group with Terror, and you're all playing tomorrow, so that's crazy that you guys did this. Thank you so much.
So now we showed all our build orders. So tomorrow we reverse the builds and it's the same mess.
It's
Just
just
proxy
now
ranks
it's
every
just
game.
all gonna be bio all-ins.
Yeah, or buy all of them. Yeah.
You think you were
I
seen
wouldn't-
by some as an underdog in this match, Koget? How do you feel like perceptions are of you vis-a-vis Dandy?
I think I said it on my stream. I believe the group tomorrow is 25% probability for each of the players to advance.
Nice.
I think
Very
TVT
good.
we're all evenly matched. I mean, when we play on ladder or tournaments, we usually have like 50-50. So I would say Dandy, Terra, and I probably are similar TVT. I mean, we have different characteristics. Maybe I have a bit of better understanding, but they just have better mechanics, to be quite frank, in TVT especially. Just cleaner. So I think we kind of like balance each other out. Yeah. So I think we're rough even in TVT. GG's.
Koget, are you streaming now? First to raid you?
Oh come on! Oh no, I would love to, but I think it's midnight. So
All right, my friend.
Oh.
Thanks for joining and talking about your games. It's always a pleasure watching you play. Yeah, so Koget, ladies and gentlemen, one of the best
Thank you.
Terrans outside Korea. Thank yourself. You're a very good manner
Thanks.
player, very popular
Thanks, Doug.
streamer, and working full time, and you got a family, but you're still kicking ass on Brood War. That's awesome.
Thanks guys for casting, and thanks to all the viewers for hyping, because this wouldn't have been possible without the viewers, to be quite honest. So
Yeah, tomorrow BSL, man. Koget,
Yeah.
Dandy, Terror, and who's the fourth person in your group? I think it's a Protoss.
it's Dragon, yeah, Canadian.
Oh,
Protoss
okay.
Dragon. Yeah. So he's gonna have the easiest group because he only has to play PvP. All right, cheers guys. Have a good night.
Thanks, Koget.
Enjoy the
See
rest of the
you.
day.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah,
Bye.
thanks for the game and the interview. Bye bye.
See you. Cheers.
Thanks everyone for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow. We have more games after BSL. Cross vs Striker, DeWalt vs Dragon. That'll be a PVZ because Dragon plays Zerg against Protoss. And then we'll have Dandy vs Wadi. Please, if you can, tune in on March 16th for DeWalt vs Dandy, 9 games on trovo.live/TeamThinkQuickTTV. It's a sponsored event. If we get enough viewers, they will continue to sponsor events and support players on top of all the other sort of show matches and events that we host and other people host. It's a great opportunity to support people. So if you're stuck for cash and you're not able to support Brood War players as much as you like, all we need in this instance is your viewership. Please tune in if you can. We'd love to establish a long-term sponsorship relationship with Trovo and eventually get more and more Brood War streamers on their platform because they have a streamer program that pays people based on their performance. WorstZerg, thank you so much. And MasterRey, you gentlemen, you were a real good sport. Is there anything you wanted to mention?
Huh. Next time me out for 10 minutes. You can't keep me down forever.
Yeah, I mean, thanks everyone for watching. It was a nice stream as always. Nice games. Nice activity in the chat. So thank you guys.
Is there anybody
Yeah.
to raid? I have less people on my follow channel list than others. I just don't see anyone.
Rift said to raid Black Man PL.
I thought I had him added. Alright, I'm gonna run an ad and eventually rate someone. Thanks everyone for tuning in. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye bye. Good night.